Greetings. Yo, yo, yo. Thanks for the hydrate, man. Dude, Snowblade, man. Thanks, man. Whoa, 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 whoa. We just started. Come on, man. I even... Yo. Whoa. I like that that one's the longest of all of the... There's what is it, 3, 4 Weezers? Why is that one so long compared to the rest? Yo, what's up, guys? Hold on, let me get some music going, yeah? Get some music going here. Okay, well, the music's frozen. Hold on. In scenarios like this, I will simply play music from here instead. Yep. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I did hear about the new Weezer song. I didn't hear it, but I heard about it. All right, great. That one riff before the long one kind of sounds like the guitar saying hello. It kind of does, yeah, the dun-dun. How are we doing today, man? Let's see, who do we got today? Ty with the first. What's up, Baby Beans? What's up, Xuvi? What's up, Ty? What's up, Snowblade? What's up, Joe DeLine? What's up, Chewy? What's up, Ireland? Cormier. Oh my god. Ty with 190 stream streak. Baby Beans with a 30 stream streak. Look at these guys streaking. Thank you. Yo, yo, yo. I posted in the media share. Wait, you did? Oh, you did. You did. Yes, you did. That's right. I do remember reading this. Now, granted, I read this as I was waking up, so I don't know what the hell was going on, but... Crazy. Chewy with 120 stream streak. Thank you guys for all the streaks, man. For real, thank you. That's crazy. Perfect time to be red. Yeah, it was great, man. It was just... What are the odds that we're, you know, we have this backdrop, this Weezer backdrop, and then, you know, they release a new song? Now, I bet you they probably, like, announced it was releasing, like, 2 months ago. But still. That's besides the point. I didn't know. Some would say I'm like a musical prophet, you know? They really would. They really, truly would. I dropped my dinner. Hamburger fell to the floor. We call that ground beef. You know, Ireland's becoming one of my favorite chatters. You know, I don't usually pick favorites, but he's committed, man. He's committed. He puts the haikus, and then, you know, during the last bump, he would make references to Nier, typically, because of the outro sequence. It's, you know... Sorry, chat. I'm starting to pick favorites. I know who would have VIP in this chat if I decide to give people VIP again. But I also know who would never have VIP ever. Yes, we're gonna do whodunit. We're gonna do whodunit. Once I find it. Hopefully we can all tolerate some Dance Gavin Dance today. What's this Chewy guy? He's DMing me. Dudes. 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 I'm leaking DMs. He said, dudes. Dudes. Don't worry, Irish is one of my favorites too. Not me. If you didn't have mod, you would be perma VIP'd, Mr. Xuvi. Yeah, but as I am a mod. Well, if one day, you know, you get unmodded somehow, you know? You know what they always say, don't mod your friends. You know. Alright, do I know my chat? I have looked at the VODs for Leaf, for Boshi, and for Chris, and they do not know their chat. As a result, it shouldn't even be comparable because we do not have that equivalent of number of chatters, but I still think I'm just better. Here we go. Also, they have a no clock mode now. I'm kind of tempted by this. But we're going to do our daily first. If the taco stand on its own, without the reliance of crunchy texture, then it's a good taco. Damn it! We suck. Apparently they have like a 1% chance to spawn regularly. I don't even know what this is about. Probably Nars. Suffocation, no breathing, no... Fusion or Trogdor? Fusion. Damn it! I love to spend bits. That is Omega Wolf. That is Icon. That's the... Damn it. I don't think any one game is worth... That's... Wait, what? Buying a Switch 2? But, like, there are 5 great games. Yuland. I thought it was Joe. His friend is the reason all the rooms in schools stink. That's a Xuvi. That was about the sandwich. Or burger. Various friend slop games out. Various. Do you actually get to keep these, question mark? I don't know what that could be. Anyone could say this. Joe? What is this about? I think the game locks the frames at 30 FPS because of the graphics. Ty? What? Damn. I suck today. Let's do one run of the night shift. It was the last one. We'll do one of these, and then we're gonna hop on PlateUp with Xuvi and Ty. Rose, unfortunately, is getting griefed. And her internet is currently down. So, we will not have... Okay, I mean, listen. Alright, chat. Come on. Who could possibly use a boo-boo WTF? I'm sure I've seen Joe Line 26 use boo-boo WTF. Three-pointed trip artiste? What? This was in my chat. In May. Most wanted? I'm scared. I'll try it. Oh, is this like actually infinite mode? We'll only do a couple. A plan? Bro, I can barely get up in the morning. Oh, that's rude. Did you miss a spook or something? That sounds like a Shere Kwan-esque question. And I'm right. That is Icon. Icon Men, I'm buying the GTA 6. Okay, that's Lunaris. No one else talks about GTA 6. Yo, nice ship, dude. That is Fusion. I'm trying to eat here, and all I see is gore. Okay, I remember what game this was. This was the Rat Shaker game. This is Omega Wolf. Ever since they did that cover, I've had Pierce the Veil added to my playlist, and now it's mostly what I listen to. Trogdor. This is about VTubers. Jim Carrey had such range, OMG. The OMG at the end makes me feel like it's Ghost, but it could be Omega Wolf. It's not Xuvi. It's Ghost. They do have to stick that on labels, I believe. Okay. Lunaris? What's up, North Princess? What's up, Reaper? Not in chat. I literally just finished, posing? I'm too brain dead to know what that word is meant to be. A question to Moonlock about GTA 6, and pretty much every day we start the day with a, do you think GTA 6 will do this? Oh, posting. I don't know why I thought it was gonna be like propositioning or something. You're probably right. It is posting. My brain thought he was like posing a question. But no. Positing is a word. Did you do the Wordle the other day? I haven't done Wordle in like 3 days. To assume or put forward.
Posit.
Oh, posit. Nope. Never heard of it. On God, never heard of it. And I've only had straight A's in my English courses. If that says anything about American education, you know? Never heard of it. I'm gonna commit chat espionage to throw this off from now on. Honestly, that's what people should do. I want to see Hive Mind emote, like, dude. I want to see hive mind emote posting. When I see one glorp, I want to see multiple glorps. I'm going Lunaris. Damn it. That was Joe. You eat chicken that doesn't taste like chicken? Question mark. God damn it. This is Lightning.
Dick.
There was a thing today, but I didn't think it was Summerfest related. Ty?
Dick. Dick.
Wolfie? Yeah. I just don't think Joe or Ghost would use that Poggies emote, typically. I was like, dude, chill your ego. Snowblade? I'm in there, Discord, and I want to flame the staff so bad. Classic Snowblade typo. Classic, dude. And it was cheap to begin with. This seems like a Thai angle, but it was Shirquan. Whoa, 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 what's with the vape posting? Whoa, 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 what are you guys doing in this chat right now? You mean emotes like Glorp, Deke, Weezer, or emotes like that to be hive-minded? Correct. Unfortunately, those probably won't show up. That is Ty, because he's the only one that uses Sadgi. Based emote usage. The stable release is working well for me, though. Stable release.
Dick.
This could be any of these people. This could be anyone, man. I'm going Wolfie. I think it's Ghost. God damn it. Damn it. It was about, I don't even remember what. I don't know why I didn't just trust my gut. Don't mind my laptop typing. I think I got over 200,000 bits in Puck's stream. That is Omega Wolf. Every day I'm concerned. I am all of me. Okay, I think this is Irish. Could it be Rune? Oh. If I get this wrong, we're gonna conclude it. We'll be done. Irish. No, 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 no. This is Trogdor. Anyways. So, most wanted, 1 suspect, 6 statements, no lists to pick from. What? Jurassic Park. Question mark, exclamation point. Start typing a chatter's name. Reaper 102388. Was I wrong? I was wrong. Oh, Uncle Johan. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, but it's the Leaf smile every time, man. Hey, you know when people are like, yo, this streamer really doesn't read chat? I'm just saying, man. Typically. I know. Let me try one more time. I'm curious. Can I do it again? Is it like gonna be the same one? Okay, it is. Cheats and does it in one go. Boom, so easy. Damn. That's a good one. I like that one, actually. Good night, Schubert. If you could do this in other chats, that would be great. I mean, I could do Leafs. It's just, I feel like I actually don't know her chat well enough. Penguin bar joke. Okay. Reaper mentioned. Oh, damn whoops. Penguin bar joke, oh damn whoops. I mean, I just don't, like... It was Joe! Me, question mark? I can't believe both of the startings were, like, very Reaper-coded. Rose Duelist. Most Wanted. Will it go? No. That's so strange. But I definitely say whoops. References or Penguin bars? It's gonna be me or Irish. I see. Well, Penguin to me is Reaper 102388. Do I have any other streamer I can really guess? Not really, man. It's just odd for me that, like, all of mine typically are, like, within the last couple days. But I see someone like Chris do it, especially the cold case, like, endless ones. They get, like, something from, like, December. Ty and Xuvi, are we ready to go? I assume so. I think you're just rating on... Most likely, I was referencing Whoops the streamer. I see. Yes? Okay. I just want to see. I'm going to do one quick run. We're just going to guess primarily. But I want to see if I can get this to, like, 2025. This is Lexi. See, it's always, like, the same day. But when I do I'm the problem, it's Trogdor. He is the problem. Oh, March. Glows RGB very slowly. I feel like this could be any of them. RGB very slowly. That might be like a repo thing. Might be a game like cosmetic. Chewy. March. Okay. Okay. We're further back. We can be heroes. You don't like it, or I'm missing something. Johan. January. Okay. Okay. Also, yeah, I'm eating, but I can just eat it slowly. It's sweet. That's Ty. Well, in UPOV, you were seeing Ty phase. What? Joe? It's about GTA. Okay, how I joinings? Ghost? Icon? Do you know if this heist is solo able? With no one else who asks about GTA. Okay, March. I need someone to ban the stream booze. Snowblade? Who else would talk about the bots? All right. Relax with this music a little bit. You're overwhelming me. I'm not gonna lie. There you go. Play some sorbet. What's up, Shirkwan? The lurker of the year. You have showed up before. May have to grab your treasure in there, though. Lol. Reaper. Save the throwing your sticky stuff till after the mission. What? Johan. What? Wait. What do you get for visiting for 10 days? Juvie? Rap diss track from Ico coming out soon. Either Lunaris or Soul Eater. There's no more color as it was. There's no more color as it was. What could that even be about? I don't think that's an Uncle Johan statement. But it looks like mobile because they capitalized the T. So it's either Soul Eater or Uncle Johan. I don't think it's Trogdor. I don't really think it's Johan. Soul Eater. Damn it! Damn it! Icon. July. That's Ireland. I feel like your outfits are more geared towards silly. That's Lunaris. It's my GTA. I'm gonna spend money. Whoa. Something just like landed on my arm. I'm gonna spend money, god damn it. Why does it keep landing on the same part of my arm? Where are you? It's like a small fly. Die. My name even shows up when I'm not around. I'm avoiding myself. Classic. What's up, Pace? Pace Ace. Mosquito? No, it's like a small fly. Little mini, tiny fruit fly. This doesn't look like a Snowblade sentence, but I don't think it's Lunaris, but I don't think it's Soul, so I'm Snowblading. Alright, this can either be Trogdor or Snowblade. Doing this in my chat is just Elite going huge. That's Trogdor. Say hello to your new friend. Johan. What? Oh, that's right. I've got Lady Hunk as what? That's gotta be Joe. After Choo Choo is over. What? Johan? SMH, this guy appreciates his friends. True, Ghost. Logan Lucky is the southern... Oh, I think this was Ty. You know what? If there was just a whole list of repeats and it was just hugs, considering you all do the hug back to Xuvi, that would be a great way to really confuse the streamer. Unless it's Rose, because she has a little bit of a different way to do the hugs. I just forgot to ping about it like a big dum-dum. This is Chewy. It's just like, come on, give me some more variety here, man. I call it uni because when I talk about it, it is usually towards Europeans. What? It was Lexi. I forgot. This is a nice mouse. Beach. Mouse. Beach, beach, mouse. Alright, it doesn't go, but like, further than, like, March for me. I don't know. It would be great. I would get so stumbled if it was in, like, December. When my friends start calling enemies ads, I knew I truly lost them. That's gotta be Trogdor. Bink's sake is my... Bink's sake is my favorite. What? It's a song? Talking about new Halo. Oh. I don't know, man. I just hope she's doing okay. Uh-oh. Leon just can't stop being infected with something. Do the hamster babies look gross? Saving out of... Dude, this song is so good, by the way. Saving at a time like this? Okay. Damn it. It's Ty. It's just so many people use the Doki one, man. Come on, guys. Do you need variety? I'm gonna do an emote-only stream. No one's gonna type. Alright, this is the last, like, few, and then we're gonna play the game. No, we have Rob chicken nuggets at home. That's... What? When does Irish actually use leaf smile? That had to be the one instance. Caught me for a loop there, gotta say. Also, did you scale the video by width, not resize it to fit? That's... Who else would ask that question? Wait for like 2 seconds, Snowblade. Be funny to see it make a Toy Story movie joke. Johan? The scent is what gets you. The scent is what gets you. Lexi? Hi. I'm back now, men. Okay. Damn it. Ghost? He went on the walk. Yeah, robbing people doesn't lower your honor at all. I mean, it does. It's Trogdor. What's up, Unknown? But I'm a Kojima fanboy. Snowblade. We had something similar where I'm from, but it's called Kroll's Diner. Lexi. I remember that conversation. Can't wait to hear the cabbage scream. No one else calls her the cabbage. If anyone knows what character limit is on here, it's that guy. Look up. It's gotta be Joe being talked about. I think I just suck. No. No. Alright. Enough. I could stay here and play this all day. It is PlateUp time. There has been an update, ladies and gentlemen. I am still drinking the coffee. It has like a very small, teeny weeny like pinch of chocolate flavor to it. And it seems really, really, like, it tastes really good, is what I'm trying to say. But I can't sweeten it. Do we need to disable mods? I guess we'll see. Because I didn't actually have time to check. It was actually a big update, Mr. Xuvi. It's the 4-year anniversary of PlateUp, so they added complete... Didn't I send it? In the group chat? Or did I not? I did. It's okay if you didn't see it. I'm just saying that I did send it in the group chat. The Great Wall of Joe is the thing to be admired and feared. I think it should be banned. Thoughts? Hello there. The angel from my nightmare. The shadow in the background of the morgue. The unsuspecting victim of darkness in the valley. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Fine. There was the day where Discord didn't work. So I didn't
Yeah, that actually makes sense. That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, oh, it probably didn't work because Discord literally died.
Yeah, I actually didn't see it at all. Hello.
Greetings. Greetings, traveler.
What?
What the dog doing?
But a dog. But a dog. But a dog. But a dog. Now, why would that reference to a character limit be about me? I'm not reading all that. I'm simply not. Today I'm going to be Mr. Koyo. My game just crash?
Could be the mods.
Might be. Okay. Can confirm I can't even get into the lobby, so
Okay.
let's disable all the mods.
All the mods, okay. Could I do that? Do we have to uninstall or?
I think it just, yeah, you have to unsubscribe from them, unfortunately. There's an unsubscribe from all button, though.
Yeah.
Was there anything that we had that was, like, super convenient? Surely not, right?
The sprint. Well,
I guess
hold
the most
button.
convenient was Yeah.
So it's at a
PlateUp.
workshop, right?
Wait. What? What was the convenient one?
The
The
dash.
the dash.
Ah. We could like. I'm gonna enable it and just see if it works really quick. I am someone. I am looking up. Damn it! That's gonna show up now. Okay, dash ping has failed to load. Literally failed to load.
Okay.
Okay, no mods. No mods
Alright.
at freaking all. This is so
Why
sad.
can't I hear anything? I mean, why can't I hear the game?
I'm gonna do that really quick.
Ah, okay.
I'm just gonna ask what the wall of Joe was. I understand now. Let me set up the stream together really quick. Unfortunately, we do not have Rose today. Our carry is getting griefed. It's very sad.
How do I unsubscribe to all
If you just go to your like workshop for
subscriptions?
yeah, there's like a button on the right that says unsubscribe from all.
Your items, subscribed items.
Don't forget to select PlateUp or you will unsub from all the mods.
Yeah,
Like at the top there should be a good thing like that lets you choose the game and then you can unsub from all.
Hey man, look at me. I'm on a video.
Oh, invite to watch. Great. Okay.
Thanks, bro.
You want to watch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Invite friends. Steam. Excellent. Invite friends. Steam. Excellent. Oh no.
What?
The doors are back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh god, I'm bored.
I saw that when we were like doing the.
That might be the worst thing to not have, in all honesty. The mod that removes doors. Alright, can I find my
Yeah,
P
I
code?
mean the spin is also pretty good.
Dude, I hate the doors. Especially the band. I just misspelled
Oh,
restaurant.
I tried to keep the printing still. We have a new food item. It doesn't look like it's here.
Yeah, there's fajitas.
Yeah, there's fajitas now.
Fajitas.
Which, we will have to... They're actually really cool, but really inconvenient. But we should try them out.
Yeah. But we don't have them as
Oh.
option. Unless, wait, if we choose the floor plan, does it change?
No.
No. Damn.
Don't see it. Oh, here. Yep.
Fajitas! I'm just doing a banquet hall.
Fajitas.
So yeah,
I keep picking still like an idiot.
yeah, I keep wanting to dash. The weird Jim Morrison poetry songs.
And
Oh,
serve
wait,
while hot. What? If it's cool,
Yeah.
heat again before serving. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Yep.
You have to chop meat.
Oh
first.
my god. Oh my god. Really? That makes the game way harder.
I'm kind of excited about it though.
Okay.
Oh no, bro. That was one dish.
Oh no, bro.
Well, hope you guys are ready. I'm gonna be delivering today.
Hang on. Over here. there a box here?
What the hell? There's another one.
No plus.
Soaking sink.
Soaking sink.
Let's take that.
Honestly, that'd be good for the pans, because it looks like there's 8 pans or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. So who's cooking?
I can cook, I guess.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Let him cook. Let him cook. He's cooking. He's
Let
cooking.
him cook. He's cooking. He's
I
cooking.
don't
I
miss
don't know
having doors. My sink.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
Wouldn't you want the actual sink for the plates?
This is actually pretty sink. What do you mean?
Oh, this is a soaking sink, so it's automated.
Yeah, I can have both.
Yeah, there's
So-
plenty of
so wait.
space.
What is
How do
this
you do that?
blackness?
That's the pans for the.
Why is it so black?
Should
Bro.
be.
What?
You,
Hey, come on.
listen, your
Surely-
choice of terminology sometimes is various.
What am I supposed to say then? Why is it so dark? My god.
There you go. There, yeah.
I hate today's H and my god, I hate it. It's just a color, man. Can't even.
I know. I know you're not racist. Mostly.
Maybe mostly. Where are the plates? Oh, there's no plates. These guys are eating on the floor.
Do I need to do anything
He's
with the
frog.
tortillas?
Backdoor.
Yeah, what is it?
The tortillas.
Oh, I mean, you have to. I mean, we can put the tortillas on the. No, we just put the lettuce on it. We can use that as our plate, I guess. Because it kind of is.
I mean, I suppose I could just work in the
What?
kitchen with the tortillas. If Ty just wants to do the fajitas.
I
So the thing about the fajitas is the timer. So like I have.
That's fine. Then I'll do the tortillas.
You want to do that outside so you can help me like deliver if I need to?
I feel like you'll be fine.
Well, if I have to deliver 2 times meat while it being fresh, I don't know how long it keeps hot. We can get, if you make it like
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. But
Yeah.
we shouldn't have bought a soaking sink.
Well, I might use them because I don't know if these pans get dirty or not.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Because you have so many of them.
So I'll do this to swap it out in case it is.
Oh, everyone can visit. Just forgot to mention. Visiting has been enabled. Well, let me confirm that actually. Hold on. Oh, wait. Did it even open? The hell is it? Never mind. Visiting has not been enabled.
Okay.
This guy fucking lies.
Yeah.
Well, we had
doesn't
so many
lie,
mods, and also normally it would like keep the people there, but unfortunately, everyone's got to revisit every time we start a new one now. Okay, you
Fine.
can visit now.
Not like we restart a lot. I like that we all have it now, muscle memory to dash, but doesn't what dashing.
I didn't lie, all right? I was misinformed. I'm ready.
Oh, do you guys want the trash out here or?
I mean, most likely it's you need it because you might burn food. Otherwise, I don't think we do.
Just put it
trash.
like
Okay.
here, against this door. We're not going to be doing much.
Okay.
That's a phone.
Back here.
Out there.
Oh, I thought it was a research table. I may have a bit. What? Sorry.
One más. We need many meats and fajitas.
to the meat first.
Oh my god, the cooldown period. You see that?
I think it stops when you have it in
I'm
your hand.
trying to dash. No.
Wait, so we need to clean the pants. No.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, that's good then. As we don't gotta do no
I mean,
cleaning.
it's good, but you know, it's disgusting in a sense.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah, it's good that you're out here.
Yeah.
Not stainless steel. What's the word? They're cast iron. That's not too bad. Provide.
You're like those, like, old
there's
grandmas
people
and-
still go in with their, you know, forks and stuff. So it's
What
not
the
about
hell?
the meat being in there, but people eat out of it.
What
I
are
would
these
say.
walls of text, man? I'm not reading these. You know, I used to have Fossabot just like
Yeah.
So someone forgot.
I could have put the. Ah, it was fine.
yeah, it's all good. I mean that probably would have sucked, but I used to have Fossabot like delete walls of text. I think we gotta bring that back. Joe the
I
Lion's like
think Joe
permanent
would leave.
record is his permanent record would just be
Leave this
shafted.
channel.
Leaf would
We
look
don't
at
get
our like
extra money anymore for cleaning up.
yeah. Well, it's just because we don't have any of the handy dandy mods.
Yeah.
$42 though. That's pretty
That's not
good.
too bad, so yeah. Sink, counter.
Alright, so no point in the sink.
table.
I'd say honestly just reroll.
Let's still keep it though. I mean, the old thing, and you know, in case we get a side dish that needs plate. No, one of these side dishes don't need plates. Should we sell the sinking though? How much
We wouldn't
would
get
it be?
money. We don't have the mod.
That is sad.
yeah.
I have played this mod with so much that I thought I was in the normal game.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
I'd honestly just say reroll.
We
We
can't.
have no money. We don't have money to reroll, man. We bought the research
Wait,
shit.
wait. Oh. I didn't know.
We're poor. I'll just never be able to tell stories or get a point across. Leaf would look at the shared logs from the channel and be like, "What did Joe do?"
I missed the dash.
I do too. It's actually like it's so muscle memory that
Yeah.
I'm not even functioning
Next
anymore.
time we play, I will be like, not dashing, not at all.
yeah.
I hope the mod even gets updated ever, because I feel like most people stop playing this.
I mean, most of the mods haven't been updated since like September of last year, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So the food doesn't cool down when you're holding it.
No.
At the very least, that's good.
You keep breathing on it so it stays warm.
Yeah. Phone ring.
So,
Phone
yeah.
ring. Woohoo!
Ooh, money.
Yippee! Money.
We don't really need to clean up there, to be honest, because it doesn't do anything for us.
It just pisses me off to look at. It's like muscle memory. God, how can it possibly cool down that fast, though?
I don't know, it's snowing.
It's snowing
Yeah.
indoors.
Well, we don't have any. I don't see any heaters in here, so.
Well, surely, like,
Radiators?
the hobs, like, emit enough heat.
I don't think so. This giant of a room.
Well, the kitchen's a different room.
Yeah. So it wouldn't heat up this main room.
I'm getting another table.
Oh, okay, I see. I'm dumb. Okay, never mind. Top. Yeah, sorry, I'm dumb. Okay.
It's okay,
We
man.
probably want the workstation for Toy. Oops. For him to cut the meat faster.
Yeah. We got the meats.
Absolutely nothing.
What?
That's a freezer, I think.
We're gonna need 2 fajitas and 2 tortillas.
Well, someone better
Tortilla
get the
fajita.
goddamn-
God, I don't know why Kyle keeps finishing one order completely.
What?
I don't know why we don't just. I can take it. Right? Oh, it goes down in your hand. It was halfway down.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
You just don't see it. Holy shit, that's mean. I got it.
I
Is it
think
good?
it also is the
Is it
animation.
clear?
Sorry. I was looking at the you delivering it to see if it somehow like prompts that it's going down, but
Oh, yeah. We can like. I can pick it up and hold it for a bit. The next one he makes.
I mean, it's not like a ruined meal. It's just you would have to reheat it.
Yeah.
It's ready. I'm gonna hold it. I'm holding. I'm holding. I'm holding. Dropping.
Xuvi!
Oh fuck!
No! That was already there, man.
That's fine. It's day 3. We will get a reset.
True. I see. So that sucks.
Let's put the tables closer here so we don't have to walk that far, I guess. 'Cause,
Fine.
yeah.
Fine. Fine. Like
What the
whatever.
fuck? Do you see that? Oh no.
See
it's-
what?
Never mind. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. No, nothing. Forget it. I'm dumb. Brain's no work, man.
When your brain doesn't work like it used to before,
What happens then?
you're probably old.
Oh, we need to visit again, guys.
Nope. No. Only if we have to do like a new restaurant. No need
Yeah,
to
I
read
don't
this.
see any names of anyone though.
Wait, what? But it says total 8.
I don't see names of anyone.
I don't either, you're right. But it says... But even after you joined, or visited, it didn't, This is some great coffee. Oh, sorry. I was taking a swig.
Fine.
Highly recommend it. Vietnamese coffee. I feel like I was dead tired and now I'm like on crack. Not that I know what that feels like.
Hey, what the fuck, man?
Hey, Aaron. Wait, what? What'd I do?
I'm sorry. I fucked up. Don't deliver that yet. You're gonna have to refire it.
Wait, what'd I do?
Huh? No, sorry. Why?
Why what? Comms.
What? I thought we're not supposed to say that anymore.
Say what?
The name.
Whoa. I wasn't calling out anyone in particular. It's a meme from Key and Peele. I wasn't even thinking about the actual person.
Okay.
Add grated cheese to fajitas. Sounds kind of interesting, actually. Thoughts?
Wait, are we adding it to the tortilla? Yeah. Okay. Alright.
Ty got this.
I forgot to.
That's your side because it's add to the
Yeah, it's
tortilla.
for us.
Oh, that's fine too.
It is for us indeed.
Let's just shift these over. Where am I? Yeah, I was.
Whoa! Why are napkins so expensive?
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I mean, man. What's life without
There was
mods?
Nobody.
I feel like they're still worth
should we
getting
get them.
them. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Bless you.
My bad.
It's fine. It's a restaurant. This is a great playlist, man. Oh
Shopping the cheese.
yeah, I'll leave one space from now on. Yeah. You're right, you're right. I'm stupid and dumb and bad at games.
Yeah, not stupid and dumb.
No, it's cool.
No.
Cheese.
We have to.
Oh.
Fine.
Didn't realize you can just combine them like that.
Yeah. I did it not on purpose, but I guess you were right. We didn't need more putting their names.
Now they want cheems.
So everyone wants
Hello,
cheese now,
Wolfie.
not just some.
Cheems. 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 God, I missed the dash, man.
Yeah. Me too, man. We got a pan problem.
Absolutely panning it right now.
That's fine. We have all. There are all. They're fine. That should be the last customer.
Oh, wow. The only person who ordered a
Oh.
normal... What?
Damn, I didn't think they could at this point.
Yeah, right? Crazy.
Crazy.
Why do people are not showing up?
They are there.
Oh, they were? The names?
Because there was more people. Yeah,
That was out of names, yeah.
Oh.
Was
Sharp
just,
cutlery. To eat faster. Thoughts? What is that?
How much is it? It's a freezer. I don't think freezer is good for us.
It's a supply of 8.
I don't know. I mean, currently we get 7 groups, so we would have enough for everyone, but is it worth it? Should we get decorations soon? I think we should save the money.
Fair point, yeah. It's a good point. When the light falls. I wanna feel the heat with somebody.
Oh, well. Ooh, that was very close.
Yeah, sorry, I should probably grab the second one of those.
Yeah, oh fuck, I didn't even have time to... Can you get the clear? Fuck.
Are we researching that?
Yeah.
think that's a workstation, yes.
This is way harder
Apologies.
with just 3 people.
Yeah. I mean, Rose is our carry. We're literally missing our gamer.
Yep. We get that clear? The meat?
We had the meats.
Okay. No. Damn.
That must have been like last second.
Yeah.
We have the meats.
They're not even ready yet. Okay.
We're the meats. God damn it.
I was about to say we're not even using the cutlery, but
We don't have it.
yeah.
Cheems. Hello, Cloud Ripper. Greetings. Everybody, reminder that you can visit the restaurant.
Exclamation mark of visit.
Exclamation mark visit. Should probably just put that in my title.
Or pin a comment.
Bro.
In this.
Pin.
Pin this.
It'd be right? Because due patience means jack shit to us.
Sorry, I'll check in a sec. I'm just.
I
putting this-
mean, cube patients can come up later on.
Wrong Chatterino, but alright.
I feel like the cleaning is so easy. Like, I would say we go with exclusive.
I mean, I see
We
extra
already
money.
needed 10 anyway.
Oh, I didn't see the extra money.
Money.
Money. Okay, so I would say... How expensive? We didn't have any...
There's
What
so
do you
many
understand?
plants. Literally nothing but plants.
That's sucky, man. That sucks so
Boom. Sorry.
much. It's still dark. I mean, bright outside, so it's fine.
Yeah, true.
I
it's
would
little-
say we get a work. Ah, fuck. We can't afford sheet.
I mean, we have to re-roll this.
Yeah. We can't be. I guess the workstation will be lost. We need 2 statues.
One statue
Fuck,
required.
man. Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck, man.
Wait,
I mean,
what? Oh, the statues were 3. Okay.
Yeah. I would technically like to have another statue in like the thing here for to get, the next statue with extra money early. It might be worth it. We will lose the workstation, but I think we get enough counters, right?
yeah.
Okay, let me reroll.
Imagine no statue
I
now.
can get a campaigning.
Ooh.
Sadly, can't get a campaigning though.
Yeah. Comp painting would have been nice, but let's go.
Yeah. Don't think. I mean, no.
Ready. We got the Q patience at least.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, he wasn't ready, man.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, we're stretching, bro.
Stretching?
Yeah.
What are you,
gotta
30?
stretch. Because you made the comment on Icon. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Icon visited because you put the
Oh!
post as
Oh, yo, what's up? Yeah, I think Fossabot joined one time.
I should
Freaking
put these
botters,
thingies
man.
somewhere else.
Apologies. pile of cheese.
Oh, that's another. That's a double. Okay.
That's a double whopper.
One. Two.
I can't be spamming today. True, actually. I had to like work on the. Oh wait, what?
Holy shit, we have so many doubles.
Okay, you have to Sorry. I'm throwing. I'm actually throwing.
Could I pick it up? I have my hands full. Wait, that was the wrong table! Cool.
No, we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. Cheese. Cheems. The only reason we're saved is because the Q patience. I like super threw it there. You're a super trooper. Cause you're a super trooper. Everybody
Yeah,
likes you.
Left leg is clear.
What's up?
It's the last guy.
Oh. I'm like freaking dissociating. Jesus. Jesus.
Holy moly, this was a hard day, man.
That's, I mean, I kind of messed up there.
Thank God for the cube patience.
True. 72!
72. So you
I
could
wouldn't.
spend like 30 if you wanted to. Chop tomatoes, lime, and onion and combine.
I mean,
If
do we
you
really
don't,
want to
I would
hide
not.
the orders?
I mean, I feel like it's a lot of shopping work over there.
That's chop 4 different things and then add them all together.
Yeah. We need someone who would just make salsa, man.
Yeah.
Wow, lettuce.
Wow.
Wow. No, we're not buying anything.
Wow. Let's get another table.
Okay. That's fair.
Uh,
Quick.
Actually, I want to do this too over here. Because we don't really need a sink.
Thanks for the
so
hydrate.
here, though.
Yo, 185 consecutive streams. That's crazy, man.
Thai.
Streaking, man.
What if we put the pants here so we can put them back in when we pick them up? So it doesn't get so cluttered?
I mean,
Or like
Ty
instead of
doesn't
the
really
bin, we
leave.
don't need a bin.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I mean, we have a double door
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
Let him put the...
Yeah.
Like this way we can put it in here and don't clog up your space.
Yeah. Why'd you put this here? That's a line.
Because it's easier instead of going down here. Because with our movement speed,
Okay, I'll do the
boots
cabbages
would
shirt.
actually be the speed boots here. Yeah, I think the salsa would be too crazy. We do need a fourth person for the salsa.
Salsa verde. Well, if we had the workstation, it probably would have been Monuments Acer, but... He's coughing!
We need
coughing into the food.
normal lettuce. Fuck, sorry. Ah, fuck me. Sorry, Ty.
Normal lettuce times 2 and the huge. Cheems.
I missed the sprinting.
The dash.
Sprinting
Yeah.
is so needed was in this mode.
Yeah.
Because we have to be fast.
We're so spoiled by mods, man.
I'm
gonna swap the pans next round to the bottom side near the cheese.
Lettuce.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, double cheese. We got him. Just gonna make one just in case.
Ladies
Precaution.
and gentlemen, we got him.
Ladies and gentlemen. They're gentlemen.
No, there's a lady.
Wait, you're
there,
right.
but-
He's right, he's right. Cheems. Good thing I made another one.
I didn't think the sprinting mod was so important.
Yeah. Why'd I make a fully new one? Why could I just add a cheese? Oh, and he doesn't even want cheese.
I don't know. Okay, we need a. Okay, do myself.
I'm sorry.
At least we get more money now.
Money!
Even though 7 instead of 6 will not be too.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Oh, we're so close, damn it. That would have been pretty comedic. Counter.
Ordering terminal.
Nah, screw that thing. It's troll.
Yeah, that looks like that would help me a lot better.
We need that workstation.
Yeah.
And then we can get him a third hob. For triple the cooking. Get him a danger hob.
A lot. Because now I can just put them on the hob directly. One done. 2 done.
Oh, Scoob! Double cheese, oh no!
Oh, I need to refire that. That's my bad.
We got lettuce and cheese.
Hello.
I don't like the
Hello.
double people. Hello.
If you want to deliver the cheese one, I got the lettuce. I mean, what?
What? Are you
I mean,
serious?
what? No, I don't really think I am.
The keeping wrong thing is so.
I'm so disoriented by no cheese or by no dash. Literally.
Oh, not die.
Okay, lock it in, lock it in. Lock the freak in. We need cheems. Clearing table, clearing table. Yo, where my foot at? You can suck my balls. With your food.
Whoa.
How about that? Wait, this table!
I'm on it. I'm on my way. What are we?
What about what? You only visit once. You only visit once. My Chatterino's pinging. Cheems? Getting cheems? Getting
We
cheems?
did a 2. We did a 2.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Table clearing.
Okay, we need a lettuce.
Lettuce. Okay,
this
double
is-
lettuce.
This is going downhill hard.
Hold on, don't deliver anything yet.
Yeah, you have to.
You psychopath.
Oh, psychopath, you psychopath.
Psychopath.
This guy keeps making food tests.
Lettuce.
That's very good.
Lettuce, cheese.
Okay, one double and then we are...
Your food was not cold because we wouldn't be able to deliver it if it was cold.
Holy shit, man.
Okay, we
how
either
much
need
money we
to rearrange something here or plan accordingly because we're getting cooked.
You're getting cooked a lot, man.
Alternatively, extra dining table might save the day a little bit.
I feel like we're not running out of the time for the people outside, so but inside.
Upgrade dining table? No. Well, yes, if we upgrade it to the one where it's...
Counter.
But if we upgrade the dining table...
Workstation?
If we upgrade the dining table to the one that's shared meals...
Oh.
See?
Yeah. You're onto something. But yeah, let's try to do this differently. How about instead of having to walk all the way, we do something like probably one further, pivot a bit closer. This maybe.
I feel like we're gonna fight going through here.
I'm sure that will not happen.
I'm very, very certain it's gonna happen.
Okay, then.
Benny and the Jets.
I mean, you know, it doesn't entirely matter because I'm mostly making the things.
We need to decrease walking time.
I am
I feel
prioritizing
like
making
walking
these.
time is... What?
Benny and the Jets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, the dash was so important that I didn't
Yeah,
actually know, man.
Like, think about all the time we save by dashing. My food was made with food 1 star. Ban this guy from the restaurant.
Forever. Coyo, 2 cheese lettuce.
Yeah, cheese. Okay, another 2 cheese.
I'm not going to lie, I think this is cooked.
I think so too.
This recipe stuff was so warm and yeah, it's so hard, man. Without the 2 cheese lettuce.
I mean, I think this is literally a 4-person type restaurant. Okay, just normal lettuce. I'm grabbing this, grab the lettuce.
Roger.
Okay, icon first. Let's prio icon, that's lettuce. Once the food is ready, you can just deliver it. Okay, left table, I'm gonna clear this first. We gotta actually calm here, this is like CSGO. Common. What does he need? A lettuce. Oh, sorry, that's Nord Princess, she.
You guys have fucked me.
What are we doing? Okay.
Okay, do Molly next. No, do these two. The Irish people. So double cheese.
I couldn't make it in time.
Grab the other cheese. Okay, Molly next. What does Molly need?
Molly needs cheese lettuce. We need to clear the table. Let's cook.
Okay, Shirkwan. Schmeat We're this is doomed. Deliver ASAP. Okay, do
Get fast
this.
as I can. Thank you.
Okay, empty guy on the left. We just need cheese, 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 cheese. Cheese again.
Another cheese lettuce.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep making the cheese ones if you want to just deliver them.
I need a tortilla. I need a tortilla. I need a tortilla. I need a tortilla, man. What the fuck, man?
I'm sorry! If I don't make them, they won't be ready! What is that one? Just...
Just lettuce, just lettuce. Holy moly.
Tortillas need to be... I know where. They have to be parallel to napkins. They have to be over here. Or we need to, like, set up the counters differently.
Let's see if the game fucks us over now or not. We are fucked. We need to see. Is the process also hidden for like the getting cold?
Yes.
We are fucked.
This is GG's.
This is GG's, I think.
Like, we would have to communicate the when the food is ready and cooked. Or you, Xuvi, you would literally have to grab it and just deliver it immediately. And I literally just keep making the fajitas. Or the, not the fajitas, the tortillas.
We need to dash so bad, man.
I'm
Sorry,
not...
last versus.
If we make chips, we're dead.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah. Set the thing by that. There's no... I'm absolutely not doing progress... Or, the other one. Rigged, I voted. Yeah, well... Voting is kind of, cringe. Democracy is, downvoted.
Yeah, fuck, man.
Okay, more space here to start. I think these got to be up here. Doesn't really matter how long it takes them to get there. Actually, it does. It does, doesn't it? No. Oh. Yeah.
That makes it fast, I think. Holy shit, man, this.
I mean, we're cooked no matter what, but... Oh, I didn't even see... Whatever.
Yeah, all progress.
I'm doing all the cabbage first. Lettuce,
I
whatever.
can see the progress here. How nice.
Oh, wow. What do they need? Double cheese.
I don't know if I can grab the food in time. So far away. We need to move the table closer, Kuya.
Yeah, we do. That's if we even make it to the next day. What does Joe need? Normal lettuce?
Lettuce.
Unironically, once the food is cooked and ready, Xuvi, just deliver it.
The problem is I also need to get the... If I also clean the tables, then
Stop
it takes
calling
so much
me!
time to go from A to B.
I literally can't put the things on. Cheese. Okay, double cheese.
That needs to be refired.
What do you want? Cheese. God, man. What do they need on the right? Cheese.
Cheese lettuce. You have to refire, I think so.
Double cheese again.
Oh fuck, I did it to the wrong person. We need a lettuce for you. Fuck.
I think it's cooked.
There was no way.
Nope.
That was so hard. That was the
Nope.
hardest.
Nope.
That was the hardest, man. Holy moly.
I mean, the problem with the fajitas is it's double like why in the world would
Do
you
we
make
need to do hotness for everything now? Or... Oh. I said, do we need hotness for everything now?
No. I think
Okay,
like
that's
day
fine,
15 is the
fine,
final day, and then like coldness and hotness is just for like more challenge if we want to like continue.
No, I mean to, that the food cools down.
Oh. No. I think it's only fajitas.
Yeah, it's literally just fajitas as like
Yeah.
a new mechanic.
Let's do a pizza because I want to reach the the hot day.
Yeah. Let's just take it nice and easy here.
Why do you have to do this yourself now? Oh my god. Or was it from a mod?
My food never arrived. They closed the restaurant. Yeah, you know. We're more of a pizza party here.
We can make it if we try. Just the two.
Oh boy. Now everyone
Oh,
might have to
boy.
revisit, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It does have the queue still. It shows that everyone's there, but let me cook. You want to cook?
No, you can cook if you want to.
Yeah, it's someone else's turn to cook.
And this place is small.
Yeah, I saw it. I liked it.
Actually, I like that it's more zoomed in because it's easier to perceive the world around me. I'm not gonna lock myself in, but I wanna hold them like they do in Tennessee. Hold them, let them hit me, let them. You know that song?
Yeah, Lady Gaga.
Yeah. Wait. Just trying to remember. This, water, this. Okay. Just a quick brain refresher, you know?
Yeah, people need to revisit.
Yep, everybody, revisit. Hello? Dude, I feel like the controls are more scuffed. Sorry.
Did you put your slice back?
Yeah.
I didn't
Huh?
know that was possible. No, it's not possible, but it looked like you had it in your hand. I think I'm lagging because everything is teleporting.
You are,
You-
Oh.
you had-
Koyo. You idiot.
Hey. Don't use that word.
You dummy.
Yeah. The rhythm of the night. The night. I'm in the kitchen, I miss the dashing.
The dashing is so damn useful, man.
Probably want better plates, yeah. And then maybe a second sink for you guys.
A dish rack.
No.
Lamau.
I just put this on our side, and then you can, do this.
Yeah.
Let's get a sink. And the research desk we put in the storage. Probably
there.
just show it.
I need to be right back.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You selfish man.
A sink, well, don't let it. Sometimes it's inevitable, man, you know? Things just sink. Sinkholes do happen. What do we do about it, you know?
Singing.
So how are you today, Mr. Xuvi?
All right.
That's it? Just all right? You're not like super duper awesome?
Maybe if the internet wasn't down, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. Not the most appropriate day to ask.
Yes, the worst day possible.
By the way, I just want to mention GTA
Yeah.
6 is going to have an extended super trailer,
What? When?
but it's exclusive to Netflix.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, I'm uninstalling GTA right now.
No. Wait. Come on, man. Come on. GTA 5 is different.
I thought you were going to swap people out, so
No, what?
my turn was over.
Your turn is over.
Yeah.
Xuvi, there's like you, me, Joe, and Ty are like the only people who actually want to play, and then Lunaris and Ghost are like available once a week.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to play once more.
Actually, I was thinking that I would host GTA on like Fridays.
On Fridays, I don't like tomorrow, Friday, I don't have time.
No, not tomorrow, Friday.
Because we
I know
already
you
made
don't.
plans,
Yeah.
So I don't have time every Friday, so I guess one of them can replace me on some of those. Because we do. So. Yeah.
There's a new peak biome. I didn't see that. I mean, if you want to uninstall it, that's fine. You could. I'm just saying that I.
Install it right now.
What?
I said I'm not going to install it right now, but. I just thought you said you wanted to swap people out after the heist.
No. Well, what I was saying is that if anyone is interested in playing, then I'll swap people out. But my overarching plan is to host like a community, almost like Wednesday, which is the big lobby of GTA. The problem is I don't feel like adding every single person.
Are there even that many people with GTA?
No.
People
When I really think about it, it's the four of us who did the heist: Lunaris, Ghost.
I don't think Lunaris is always here.
No. Ghost and Lunaris are like. Lunaris, if he is here, he's only available like when you're in bed, when you're going to bed. So.
Yeah.
That's where the exchange would be. Ghost is like the one other person that would be around in Xuvi hours.
Don't think I'm going to get the big work game. Spent a lot of money on games lately, so.
I canceled it. I don't think we're gonna do it on Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Welcome.
Yeah. First of all, even though it's a 12 whatever player game, you can only really play it once. So, because all the puzzles are the same. So by default, I would not allow anyone that's already played it to join. Ewan's already played. Cairo's already played. It's already -2. For the people who are... I think if I do play that game, it's going to be like, I'm going to lock it to 4 players, and it'll just be a super long session of playing it. But in all honesty, me, like mentally, I can accept the fact that I'm not always good at hosting the community Wednesdays, and me having to manage 12 people or like 16, whatever the number is. Part of the game is that you get lost. Like you will lose the group for like an hour plus. It is just something that happens.
Oh.
And the idea of the game is to just explore, have fun, and not metagame. Because if you metagame, you're just gonna ruin the fun.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So like if someone says something in someone's chat like, "Hey, I'm lost. Can you guys come back for me?" It's gonna ruin the game.
I see. Oh, okay, I see. It is fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Actually, I want a thing where we couldn't put a dirty plate.
Is it for something else? For GTA? GTA is just GTA. It'll be like a somewhat recurring thing that I host, but it won't be like every single week. But if I prioritize it, it'll be on Fridays. So, oh, what the fuck am I doing?
We need a workstation for you so you can. Actually, was that from a mod?
I think so, yeah.
You can Kung Fu shop cook the pizza.
I actually don't know.
God damn,
Who the-
those
who's-
two were messy.
Get this plate out of here!
Why did you pick it up?
Me?
Yeah.
The plate?
Yeah.
I didn't. I was trying to put it back.
I don't think anyone of us put the plate there.
You trying to gaslight me right now?
I don't think so. I would have to look back on the stream, but I haven't put a plate there.
It was Ty.
Oh,
I literally
okay.
watched him put it down.
Yeah, and I was like, I would do that and I didn't do it, so how did that happen?
In this instance, I feel like we should have the door because pizza is super easy. You just make like what is it? 3 pies, 4 pies. And then I just come and help clean. Oh, I guess cleaning doesn't even matter anymore, never mind.
Yeah, cleaning is just...
My god, it's like we're playing a whole different game.
Yeah, it really is, man. I miss the mods. They had a lot of quality of life.
Pizza not for breakfast? Homie, it's 2:40 p.m.
Do you like the name of the place?
The dollar corner store slices. Dude. Name it what it is.
I did.
Research desk? Oh.
Yeah. Oh, we had something in here.
Oh, research desk?
Research desk. Is in there.
I see. Yeah, that's confusing.
I love pizza for breakfast. I can accept pizza for breakfast. I would judge
Cool.
burgers for breakfast more.
Speaking of which, I should actually like text before starting.
Your breakfast?
He's breakfasting?
Yeah.
He's texting his breakfast.
He's a DoorDash streamer.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
he's delivering.
Oh, no. Hopefully not. God, they should just ban people from driving on stream.
No, not chop Xuvi say.
Shop, we say she would shop you, man.
That's pretty true.
I want chop Xuvi for dinner.
That's a very
Let's go.
Xuvi. Yeah, that's a very Xuvi dish right there.
I do make that a lot.
Don't DoorDash and stream, you get shot. That is actually true. That did happen recently. Didn't they die? No, wait, it was a TikTok streamer that was like dating someone that was cartel, the son of a cartel leader. That's what it was.
What?
Yeah, she broke up with
They
them.
broke up, and the son got mad.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
And so the son's dad was the cartel leader and was like, "Okay, I'll do you a favor."
And the favor was blasting the lady had,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, I started blasting.
Yeah, they really did. What's up on my own? Leftover
this
pizza
dude with
the
the
next morning I
fucking-
can accept, but to make a breakfast pizza should be.
I haven't
I mean,
done it.
making one, yeah. You want a chicken wrap? Well, this is a pizza place, all right?
Chicken wrap pizza. Oh. Time we're done.
Job's done.
Job's done.
Job's done.
I'm taking that home.
Yummers.
Yummy.
Oh, one bite. Everybody knows the rules. Sure, we can do chopped onion. I don't mind. I mean, I'm certainly not going to do a 20% slower process. That sucks.
Oh god.
Bless
I
you.
almost choked on my water.
Here's your thingy.
TYVM.
Often we could have a microwave. That's way too expensive for the early game, though. Let's see if we can give you a workstation so you can kung fu shop the pizza to being cooked.
Thank you.
The microwave. My god. Some people are just crazy. Sorry. You took my piece. Oh fuck, this is on your We fucked up, man. It's day 4. We lost.
Yep, GG.
Oh my god, we lost without those really going.
Yeah. We're not gamers. We're washed old boomers. We're not good at games. We're making coffee now.
I'm old, man. I'm the only one here currently over 30. I mean, who's in the 30s.
But glizzies.
We can't even beat pizza, man.
Coffee then, I can go AFK, nice.
I mean, yeah, literally. Over 30. Ha! Yeah, imagine,
Coffee
seriously.
is, one person. Such a big place for the coffee. The coffee you don't even need a kitchen with, you just...
Yep. Check out this layout right here. I'm going to be the barista. Here we go.
I'm just going to sit over here in the corner.
Why is that Smoge? Lily Pichu's Pog. Alright. Let's get it.
Yes, so silly, man. Couldn't you
Listen.
have turned around the thingies here?
What the...
Rock. Yeah, I don't like the knobs.
I agree.
Oh my god, Shock, what are you doing, bro?
Bro shitting himself. This coffee's some crazy stuff
Holy
for sure.
shit, Shock. Don't forget to eat your cup. Thank you.
The hell are these cups made out of?
Porcelain.
Mmm.
Okay, you got that, and I will...
I mean, there's just no way to lose this. It's quite simple, really.
Yeah, just when you make no money.
Yeah, I know.
Phone ring. Unless we don't have the cleaning bonuses. It's like...
Oh my god, this would be great money for cleaning.
Thing is... Yeah, we would like a mop if we see one.
God, Coda's so messy. Bro.
Dude, everyone's messy.
Molly? I trust you, Molly. You're not a messy drinker. Are you, Molly?
Oh,
Molly?
oh, oh, oh.
Molly? Molly?
Oh, noticing that
Still
we're
is a bad foil.
no.
Did I agree, Molly? I can't
What is
remember.
playing? All right, big day there.
We didn't even make enough money to buy one.
Yeah, this mod is
Dick.
crazy, man. Forget
Gonna save the
researching, we'll
research
never be able to research. Okay, when are we going to get enough money to buy anything that we research?
Watch. Day 3, we're gonna get like the craziest buff.
Hi, Irish Bogan. Hi, Joe the Lion.
I'm sorry, we couldn't even beat pizza.
Toy. Oh, okay.
Just pre-delivered.
Yeah.
Splash coffee all over our body. I feel like that's a little concerning. This is hot coffee after all.
Why am I coming here? I shouldn't have visited.
Maybe you're just supporting the new business.
Maybe.
You're just gonna like
I need
spill the
to
coffee on the
remove
floor.
Oh my god, Julie. Oh my god, Julie.
Oh my god, man. This Ico guy is going to be bad, I can already tell.
Whoa. That's actually crazy.
You know what,
Oh
Koyo?
my god.
Well, man.
Those were like
We should just put the tables right next to you. That the mess doesn't matter, you can just, instantly deliver.
No, because then you guys have nothing to do.
Yeah, we can ring the phone more.
No. Just-
Dance around the world, just la 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 la. We're gonna need another dining table, aren't we?
Yeah, you get the one, I let this one in the...
La 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 la. I'll just put it here.
Yeah. Bodega?
Yeah. Bodega.
What does that?
I couldn't think of a pun, okay?
Dude, true. They're mudding all over, man.
Especially this coil guy.
No. You might notice it's Icon actually that's doing it.
No, he's been fine.
Oh my god.
Hey, look, it's not my own.
It is not my own.
Holy moly.
Oh, you guys are cooked over on the right.
What do you mean?
It's just... Oh, that's fine. Look, it's in the other room.
But it doesn't matter. We don't need to clean that.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying doomed because it's Sher Quan and, he rips a lot of ass.
What?
It's true. He talks about it all the time.
Okay.
He's John
Oh
Farts
my
behind
god, Molly.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, listen, just get yourself some, like, wellies or whatever, and it's all good.
Mop. Maybe just need a mop.
But look how funny it would be if it was just wellies and you just spread the mess.
And the mop is cheaper.
Dude,
2 pair of wellies.
who's pausing?
Not me.
I'm sorry. I gotta turn down the sound because of how much mess they're making. I didn't realize it paused it for everyone.
Yeah. Okay, this stops.
The flies. There's so many flies.
Complete a day with a mess on at least 10 tiles.
Come on.
Hey, look
Give
at
us,
that
like, ice
achievement.
cream or something.
Hey, more customers, dude.
Some money. Customers, we just get 1 money per customer, so but I think we get money for the ice cream. You want to ice cream, Toy?
I'll learn how to ice cream. Is it just like
Okay.
I just end up scooping shit?
You have to just
Yes.
choose the specific flavors. Yeah, it's a little annoying because it's you have to do like I don't. Are you a controller?
Yeah.
So X,
Maybe.
if you're doing Xbox controller X, you would have to switch
Yeah.
the flavor and then you would pick it. You're just rotating the flavors in.
Here. What is this layout, Julie?
Yeah, I was just wondering, like,
It is as many tables as possible.
well, don't you want to like move the one all the way far left, like up?
I don't want. If I had dash here, don't I have dash though.
Yeah, no, it's fair, understandable.
Don't. The more I have to walk,
Oh, I
the
see.
worse off we are.
Oh, look at this! Look at this! I can play drums.
Yo, he's drumming it.
The more tables left, the more you can cover, right?
So many tables.
So
Well, it looks
I
like
have two.
I forgot how much ice we need now. Maybe I shouldn't have got so much. Okay, I don't want that much. Oh, that's just the ice cream hammer.
I fucked up.
The bin is pretty far away, but it doesn't matter.
oh my god.
I'm sure someone will want 3 vanilla.
I like that it doesn't melt.
Yeah, like that.
Wait,
I
what?
was just making myself a snack, is all. I can feel about it. You know, pop a lot of molly.
It's just that cold in here because it's snowing outside.
Yeah, and they're ordering ice cream.
I like ordering ice cream. It's cold. Like ice cream doesn't mean it. I mean, when it's hot, I still eat hot food.
Yeah, it's true. I have soup.
I
You're
thought
right.
you were gonna say when it's hot, I eat hot ice cream, and I was like, what?
Deep fried ice cream. Yeah,
We got more money from the few ice creams than from the coffee.
it's crazy.
The research table now. Oh, not.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
good. Took it out of my hand. Should
Another
we get
dining
them cutlery so they drink their coffee faster?
Might be a good idea. We can't afford it, but
Do we even? I mean, I guess we could do the dining table for the
start like doing the shared orders.
shared order, yeah. Even though it doesn't even matter that much, to be honest with you.
Wait, what?
Uh,
What showed up here?
So many
There.
tables.
I heard some bat. Fuck.
bet?
Yeah, I earned a badge.
Batch.
Bat chest.
Bare chested
Huh?
monkey. What?
Watch my move. You sweat, make me sweat. Watch my moves to flow with sweat.
Ah, this is a vibe. We're really doing well, man. My, wow. What a mess.
Well, if we don't get paid for it, an army has arrived.
Oh my god. We need a Karen mod.
Okay.
Oh my god. You got a minefield over there.
Nothing, man.
I mean, it does be like even if we try to clean it, we won't be able to. Too much. We need a mop.
We need the automated robot, bro.
The mob for 20 gives us.
Oh.
No messes!
Oh my god, we're so back.
Bam! Oh, that's so nice on my eyes, man.
Nice.
Oh, that's so good on my eyes.
Com painting. Can't even
Competing?
save
Where?
it.
Is it so expensive? It says it competing.
Blue
But the
or
shared
brown?
food.
But
Just kidding.
it's not.
I'm joking.
This is not the shared one.
Notice.
We get
Isn't it?
another dining. No, it's 200% more longer thinking time.
Sharing. Customers share delivered food.
Oh, I can't read.
Yep. What do you guys think, brown or blue?
I'm thinking brown.
I'm liking brown more, so sorry, Xuvi, you're overrode. Overridden.
That's fine. That's fine.
It matches the vibe of the coffee shop.
Yeah, it's giving the coffee vibes, yeah.
Oh, shit colored.
Wait, what one's this color? Ew.
Nah.
We'll put it over here.
Mm. Actually, let's get the bin. Okay. I want to get the bin up to you in case you do the
Yeah.
wrong ice.
Yeah,
It's okay.
yeah,
There's
it's
two
fine.
free spots that I don't really put coffee on.
Most of our money is made by ringing the phone.
Yeah. The sad reality of a coffee shop.
Three
Triple
chocolate.
chocolate.
Damn,
Damn,
bro.
that's based, North Princess. Damn, these guys want a lot of chocolate. I mean, a lot
Look at
of
these. They're
everything.
all. It's Neapolitan over there.
Yeah.
There, I dropped
have
one.
you.
So
Double vanilla. Also nice.
What brings you here today, Xuvi? Clearly, he wanted Neapolitan ice cream. Crazy.
So much money from the.
Oh my god.
This is how it is in a coffee shop, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Especially all the mud.
Look how much money we made, though. Damn.
That's literally all from you ringing the phone, bro.
60. Yeah, but we still made it. No
Yeah,
matter
you're right.
how. We got like our investment back from these tables.
'Damn. 48. Cupcakes? Pay based on the remaining patience. I mean, surely, right?
I mean,
believe
we
it.
only get one anyway, so.
yeah, I think that means they get more. We might get more money.
Or we only get about 6 free from now on. How do you guys think? Let me put a dining table in here. Do you want wellies style?
What are wellies?
You can walk over messes without it slowing you down.
You move a little slower in general, but I mean, honestly,
if we're not getting a mop, then we should probably
no, because we're gonna have no messes soon.
Oh,
Alright. Yeah, I forgot actually. I mean, we don't have, soon, TM, because we need to save up for that actually, because we don't make so much money. We shouldn't buy until we get to the next decoration day.
I fear that, we're already at the Minecraft maximum of our money, so
What?
64.
That's
Minecraft?
fine, I have a bigger chest in my bag, so...
Nice. He's got the backpack mod.
Where's the twerking emote?
Yeah, true. Where are the emotes in this game? What if they're like so satisfied with their meal they just start twerking on the table?
I still just pay one.
That means that there's a point where coffee is just valueless. Whatever, man. Did we really want cupcakes? Did we really?
I probably would have made money from it, but it's fun.
You're right.
I don't know how it would work, so it's very valid, man.
Triple chocolate. This Joe guy, man.
Oh my god, I'm stuck.
This latte's bussin'. Yeah. What brings me here today? Well, you know, just really craving some ice cream. I don't know what flavors I grabbed, but I'm sure they were great. So essentially nothing changed.
Yeah.
Vanilla and chocolate, nice. Could do with like
Get
mint
out of
chocolate.
here, you dirty pigs.
Damn, nice work, Ty. You and I together made less than Xuvi in total.
Even on myself, multiple days I made more money today than you guys, I guess.
Oh my god, new dining table.
I don't.
Yo, I could buy work boots and make an even bigger mess.
One more table. We'll put it up here. Never mind. Up here.
Well, I have this here. I can put it away.
No.
No, it's fine. It's better if you have it just in case. Because if we have too much coffee, we have no place to do it, to put it otherwise if we don't have the bin.
Go to the back alley. Oh, what
fun,
do you mean? What do you mean? It's just it's the scenic route.
Alright, let me phone ring.
Phone ring.
Say upgrade. Damn, the price increase. We get one more per day now. I mean,
Hey, look at that.
Alright, I hope a lot of you guys want coffee.
Hey, +2. You see
I
that?
want the coffee. Yeah, because it's 2 people for you.
Oh.
They each pay one for their coffee.
Dude, we need to increase these coffee prices. Or like add milk to the recipe. Xuvi has alerted the horde.
Dancing on the people.
Really? Really is like that.
We should be Left 4 Dead 2.
That's what I've been saying.
Leaf has been saying that we would play for like 3 years now.
Yeah, I have installed it a few times and uninstalled it.
I don't think I've ever uninstalled it. That's like the one game that I just keep installed.
I played that new one, it wasn't too bad.
Is it Back for Blood?
Forgot the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't I play with you, Ty?
No, I joined, and then
No.
you guys asked if I could join, but you were already full, and also I was doing coursework at the time.
Okay.
But I did that game with Bisa, and you guys play like you played like a couple weeks ago. Bisa and I played at launch, and there were some builds in that game that were unironically super fucking fun.
Good reroll.
Save for the... No. That's...
You're right.
Let's
You're
say for the things so you can get the 9 and then no more messes, and it's like this restaurant will, you know, have a renaissance.
There was one that was the one that I still have for Back for Blood
What?
build was essentially you'd swing, and every time you swing your melee attack speed and damage would increase, and eventually it would get to the point where you were just like the animation wouldn't even work properly.
Damn. Everyone wants ice today.
Yeah. Not real, not
I
real
fucked
big
up.
fans.
I fucked up.
Oh, we have enough time. I was about to say that Ty was really good with not messing any orders. But when he fucked up.
This person just got a plate. All right. What's up, man? What a lovely day.
Easy. I guess doing a lot of tables is a strat with coffee, so
Yeah.
you can bring the phone a bunch.
Quite smart, man.
I got it. Oh, it looks so.
It's actually.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Oh, here we go.
I only invested like 80 with, and we got
Damn.
56 from one
I
day.
made 3 times the amount that Cody.
Iced coffee, finally. Comes with a cooling off period. What?
Prepare place on ice dispenser. Okay, I hope. I mean,
No, I got this.
I hope it
Says
doesn't take
difficulty
too long.
4.
The thing is, if too many people want it at one time, then the machine might be too slow.
Yeah. Some variety, am I right? You
Another table?
could do it. You could do it.
No,
I'd say
certainly not.
Aisu kohi.
What do you say, Toy?
I was gonna say that the fancy table because that's share orders, right?
No. That one is more money. And I mean, 50% of one, I think we still get one, sadly. That doesn't roll up, so.
Wait.
That
Oh, I
is
see.
Useless.
Hello?
1, 2,
Oh, I see. Sorry.
3, 4. I hope. Couldn't quite see because.
Apologies.
Hot!
I need 2 normal coffees.
No, but
That's not a normal coffee.
Whoa. Listen, man. I gotta take advantage of the ice when it's there. Actually, the ice replenishes relatively fast. Never mind.
Dick.
I didn't make it in time. Just normal coffee.
Nice.
Okay.
I
We
think
should have
finally
enough
made more
money
than I
for.
did.
I don't know, how much is iced coffee?
I wasn't looking.
Probably 2.
That is not the Poggies we expected, but it is the Poggies who done chat deserves well. Hey,
Nope.
look at that.
I mean, yes, but not per.
Just barely over half.
Okay, let's see.
I'll put them down here.
Okay. The thing is, I think we should get. Oh no, wait, it's the what? Oh, the indoor phones. Okay, then re-roll. Oh wait, we have 4. This door. Are these 5?
What is?
Yeah, right. And we have 4. We have 4. Okay, then we just get all of these.
Sweet.
Crazy.
Oh, there's the Oh, I got one.
That's how it goes.
What was in here?
Millions of people.
Bar table. And now.
Yo, yo, yo. Actually, give me the bar table.
We should buy the calm painting, right?
We already have one. Do we? No, we don't. Do we?
Yeah.
We don't.
You guys don't see these?
Oh, we do, we do, we do.
Too late. Already bought it.
Where is it though?
Right here.
No, the other one.
Dick.
Oh, it's over here. We can throw that off.
Deek.
Dick.
Oh yeah, no money, I forgot.
Yep.
It's fine. We don't really need too much that we can buy. I mean, the normal trainers would be nice now, because we would be faster and there's no messes.
That is true, actually, yeah.
Wait, I have to call, I forgot. Ooh. Hi, Mr. Koyo.
Classic. Just pass it to me.
Dick.
That is so funny. Mexi Lexi, 1 coffee. Cormier, 1 iced coffee. Let me call some people I know.
True, true. Calm up.
Out here knowing people.
Yeah, what the hell? This guy knows people?
Well, who am I going to call otherwise? Just the
Is
phone
Sherquan
box
going to
or-
the table? Sherquan's going to the table to order ice cream.
Yep.
Oh,
It's okay. It gives me more to
God,
do. I
this
kind of
is
like
rigged.
it. Even though all I'm really doing is just grabbing the...
More normal coffee, Koya. Less iced coffee. Ah, never mind. Holy moly, what the fuck?
Just the influx
I morphed
of
into
iced
me.
coffee
Never
all of a
mind,
sudden.
Koyo. Never mind this. Hardly I want iced coffee. You were a good one, Koyo. Good prediction.
Thank you.
You're my hero. My hero
You...
academia.
Oh, no. There goes my hero. This is for you, Mr. Xuvi? Oh, you're not going to drink it. Never
I
mind.
don't want iced coffee.
No, I understand.
Oh, I can't do more than 3?
Nah.
The Walking Death OP, man.
Yeah, literally, it's
Yeah.
our entire
With
moneymaker.
the tables. We
There's
always
actually
started
a-
with coffee because we never did
There's
this.
an ice cream place near me. They call like it's like 21 scoops of ice cream, and it's called the Pig Straw.
I'm sorry, I didn't even ask you guys,
What
but
the fuck?
I bought a second coffee ice maker.
Yeah. Could use another coffee machine as well, I guess. Or is coffee instantly?
Coffee's pretty fast. Actually, no, it's not. I lied. Another coffee machine would be great.
I mean, let's just reroll.
Okay.
For trainers.
Prep station. That could be great for the coffee.
Yeah, actually it is. Give Koya a prep station. Oh wait, it's not a frozen prep station. Ah, it's still fine.
No,
Well,
it's
it's
fine.
times 4. That's enough for like what we're doing.
Yeah, but you know, if it was a frozen prep station, then we could freeze for coffees for the next day. I don't really need to do the chords anymore. There's nothing there is that we can buy besides wellies that is useful to us. Bless you. Oh, I still called 2 times.
Damn, so much strawberry, bro.
Most of the time when I go somewhere, I don't order strawberry ice because sometimes strawberry ice cream tastes so artificial.
Yeah.
Unless you can't know beforehand, I am not risking it.
Can you yeah, thank you. Oh, so if I double tap fast enough, it actually goes back 1.
Really?
Yes.
Didn't know that.
I mean, it makes sense because either way, if you're double tapping, it goes 2 spaces instead of 1. So that's the equivalent of -1. I think Molly's the first person to order coffee at that
Yeah,
table.
seriously, dude.
The army, the horde has arrived. Arisen. Arrived.
Rest forever.
Wow.
in your heart.
Oh, the coffee lovers today.
God, they take their time with the iced coffee, let me tell you.
It's cold, man. I can't drink it so fast,
No, just
unlike
chug
the hot
it.
coffee.
I do think there should be emotes in this game.
Yeah. There's probably
Let me
mods,
just
but...
drop it low real quick.
I'm not sure if I like that they updated the game because it's so old, and most of the time it just breaks mods, and then the mod also don't come back.
Yeah. Sugar.
Vegetas were fun though.
Sugar with no artificial sweeteners, guys.
Customers can arrive after closing time.
I mean, surely sugar adds, like, a little bit more money, right?
Do we need the money? We have 250, man. We're rich. Where's coffee?
Yeah.
Closing time. Ba, 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 da, ba, 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 ba. What do we have? Tray stand? Technically, but I get confused by the tray, so I wouldn't do it. And I don't know if Ty can carry tray stand with the ice cream.
Another coffee machine!
Coffee machine.
Do you want one?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wouldn't you want to, like, put it like
Oh, yeah.
this?
I was moving it.
I'm rerolling another time because we have the money.
Another prep station.
Train us!
And trainers.
Do you want to train us, Ty, or
I've never used them.
then you use them?
Put here. Yeah! Actually, let me shift that over, actually. More tables that way.
Alright.
Just make it easier for you guys. You go.
New. Oh my god, I got my Crocs in sport mode.
The horde has arriven.
Damn, this is actually a lot of people.
Koyo wants double ice.
Ice,
Icon, not
wrist,
Koyo.
a
I'm
little bit.
Sorry. Was Icon not Koyo? I get pranked, man.
Can you deliver that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'll get this guy, man.
Oh, my bad. You have to deliver it one time. One time.
Ah, these guys have become also clean. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
As if they had a choice. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna quad up over here on this.
The choice is either they do it or we throw them out.
True, true.
Might as well.
Dude, if we just get more bar tables across here, be great.
Yeah. I will do more research on tables. Oh, sorry, I was daydreaming.
Just pass me that ice cream.
Hang on.
That's...
Get out of here! Actually, I guess if we did more bar tables, it wouldn't. Ty would have to. I mean, I guess he could still pass him, but
Yeah, I mean, if we just do 2 more. Oh, this is our after hours guest. I didn't call you, man.
oh, people coming in.
Oh. Oh my god, so many.
Uh oh. Do they pay more for after hours?
I don't think so.
Kick them out.
Are you going to serve that Keiko, or do we have to do that?
Yo, my bad. Yo, my bad, man. I was cooking more coffee, alright? Doing a little bit more brewing. Is that it? Get out of here. Scram!
Would be. Who gets coffee at nighttime? Are you crazy?
Let's go off the night shift. Come on. Probably gonna work.
Right.
Wow! Money!
Money. Alright. Nope.
More trainers.
Hey, let's go. Trainers from me as well. Counter. We don't need a bin. Dining table. Perfect. We want to research that. I don't think there's anything left that's useful for us otherwise.
No, not really.
I put them here so I can see them, Toy, sorry.
Well, don't see them.
Because I forget otherwise.
So don't forget for it.
Always remember.
The summer of 1999.
Yeah, man.
Hello? Wee! I am speed.
I am speed. Gonna need some ice cream over here. Widowy.
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 Widowy ice cream.
Widowy cream and ice.
Cream. Oh. I'm lagging.
Yeah, a little bit.
Everybody ever wonder. Something.
And I wonder if you know what it means to find your dreams come true. You better be ordering coffee. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Dick.
Deek.
I
Dick.
didn't know that. Huh?
What happened?
Did you see it? The guy that was on this table didn't order and just went out.
He's like, nah, forget about it. I don't want no coffee tonight.
Time for the after hours, mans.
After hours.
This is the most which I ever have been with coffee by far.
It's, yeah. Good work, man.
Give it.
What do you want? We need a double chocolate vanilla.
Good job, guys.
Boom! Beautiful. Calculated.
Booty.
Rockstar's banned in the chat from now on.
Yeah, this is a monster only.
140.
Yeah, true.
Dick.
Hey, a
Did we
blueprint
get that way?
cabinet. A second one.
Ta-da! Bar table. Woo!
Hey!
The buffet.
Yeah.
Uh,
Man, come on, get the other cabinet.
yeah, I'm on it, man.
Come on, man. Yeah.
Work boots. You want some work
The
boots,
table,
Coyle?
right?
No,
That's
I'm
okay.
good. You get some more trainers, you know. I don't even need those.
Oh!
Combiner. Combin.
Okay, that's enough rewarding.
We're gonna go broke, man.
What do you mean, man?
All right. Show. Oh. She's going for the jukebox.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? We got a Neapolitan.
Can we like talk about like why they chose strawberry, like for a Neapolitan?
Coffee.
Like chocolate and vanilla makes sense. Like I accept that. But strawberry, really?
Maybe it's a city flag.
They just I don't know. Those are like the only three that existed or something.
Like surely there was like better options. And then they're just like, nah, we're doing strawberry. I'm not even using my trainers.
Just don't forget, forehead. You're going to make new coffee, Goyo? Oh, you already have the coffee prepared. I didn't even see that.
We want iced coffee, normal coffee. Get some coffee.
Yo, can we get ice cream as like an actual like recipe?
No. Like a restaurant?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Man.
I mean, maybe in mods, they probably have like more flavors. Can make it like
Yeah,
a
I would be broken
full-fledged.
right now, for sure.
Yeah. Most of the mods are
Haven't looked
cooked.
at the thing, but
Need a double strawberry chocolate. Hey, they're not even done. Damn. He took his coffee and he's leaving.
yeah, he better get out of here. Never come back.
Hey, 5-star. It just took doing coffee. So let's see. Did we get this heat thing?
Should be.
So with two random free appliances, shops offer coffee tables regularly. Okay.
What's coffee tables?
Right. Well, yeah. Let's. Boom!
Ah! You monster, man.
I'm very sorry. I'm a villain,
You
not
are
a monster.
monster.
Are
and
we
you should
going
know.
into Blue or
We didn't get the heat. I don't know.
Maybe the next day or something.
Maybe,
you
yeah.
have to go a few days.
what's this one look like?
Nah.
That's actually a nice. That's a nice color.
I mean, it might look good with like the floor that we have on the other side. Yeah. See, that combo looks good.
Let's see. Is this? No, that's just a copy. We don't need to.
Strawberry cheesecake with marshmallow topping. We don't have cheesecakes.
Flashbang.
Yeah.
What's the wait? Hang on. What's this green? look like?
Greetings, Johan.
Oh,
Greetings,
this is like
Johan.
billboard. This is like pool table coated.
I kind of dig it.
We use it.
Try the like the hex plate flooring, but in this room.
X-plate.
Nah, looks stupid. Maybe the other flooring, the
Gun.
flooring in that room. Yeah. Try this on that room.
X-tech gunblade.
Dick.
Might be better with this.
Boom. 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 Boom.
Do we want to resume or do we want to do next
Well, that's what
restaurant?
I was asking. I thought we like.
Well, they added the
Look at the-
heat.
Right? Let me look at the patch note. What does it say exactly?
I don't know how that works. I
Uh,
just remember you
beating
guys
day
saying-
15 on a dish will allow you to play the dish. No.
Dick.
Ah, okay. Wait, if we restart with coffee now, we get it.
Oh.
we can't get it We get it if we restart with coffee now. And for the chill, we have to. Yeah, the same. Okay, so we have. If we want the new stuff, we have to leave.
Leaving. Now, do we want to do coffee again?
Well, it's, if we want to try out the heat cards, then
Oh, there's Sundays.
Okay.
That's ice cream.
have a nice Sunday.
Oh, I guess there are Sundays.
I'm not saying do it. I'm just like, oh.
What do you? I want to see what the recipe is, Mr. Kuyo. Is it just the normal thing as the main thing?
Yes, but there's an actual like a Sunday glass, which I'm assuming we have to clean up.
How do I? I can't fill it. They just want the Sunday glass, and then one scoop of.
What?
Oh, that's
Dude, we're not doing that. That's stupid.
that's insanity.
How could what even?
No cleaning.
Oh, and they don't leave the okay.
They ate the glass.
That's insane. Wait, I want this one.
Yeah,
This
go
one's,
for
like,
it.
Small.
Wait, let's see how this looks.
Everybody got to revisit.
Wait, did I wait?
Xuvi, do you want to make the coffee?
No, wait.
What?
Did I wait? I'm reading. Sorry.
Yo, because I'm while he's reading,
I'm not
curious.
sure if we need to, end the run.
You might be right. Yeah, it has to become an industry thing, I think, right?
We should be able
Franchise.
to check in the lobby if we got it or not.
Die.
He
Yeah.
said
what?
he's doing something while I'm reading.
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Was pressing the wrong button. Okay, right. Yeah, progress, continue, menu. And where am I? Okay. What? No.
No, that's the old one.
Wait, let me see first. Said you should see in the lobby. I don't see anything different on coffee, so I probably need to go in here. Okay.
That's the day 15 one.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have to go back, and I think we have to just lose.
Yeah.
Ready up.
Ready.
We ain't doing nothing. We're just gonna lose. We're gonna lose. Damn.
That went down so far. Sorry, shit.
Please wait. Have the first group to arrive still be waiting to order.
When the day ends.
Hey, we got
Did
frozen
we just
prep
get one
station.
heat cut?
Yeah, this one could scrap.
If we just got that one heat cut that we just got, okay, look now, there's a thing above it. Okay, no, I think it's fine. Let's try coffee again.
I will be right back again.
All right.
Huh. Oh, I see.
I wanted some more, right?
Yep. Excuse me a moment. I'm gonna reheat my coffee.
Wait, is it? Okay.
Be right back.
Guess I don't know. Yeah. Guess I'm going to the toilet.
Greetings. Greetings. My god, everyone died. Greetings, chat. Hopefully we're doing well today. What's up? What's good? This game's fun, man.
Dick.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it sucks without the dash. I need a second cup of coffee. They say you need like condensed milk for Vietnamese coffee. So I think I need to buy that. Might have to purchase that. This is what I know Vietnamese coffee as. What? Condensed milk? I think it would be too sweet for me. I'm a little concerned. It's good though. Like as it is, I don't caffeine. What? Oh, coffee with condensed milk. Yeah. Guess I gotta find some and buy them. Surely there's some that's like not too sweet. The whole point is that it's sweet. I don't want it to be sweet. I don't have a sweet tooth. It's just supposed to have a kick, no? I mean, I feel the energy from it. You're sweet. Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it, you. Oh, stop. You're so silly. Little silly little guy. Would you watch me if my voice actually, that's just how it was? Hey guys. Thanks for watching today. How we doing? Hey. Dude is trying to get a discount in the restaurant. Damn. No? Why? What's wrong? What do you hate about that? Is that bad? Hey, how we doing today?
Hello.
Hey, Mr. Xuvi.
Hey, man.
I'm gonna talk like this from now on. Would you still watch my streams?
No.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna
I mean, not
find.
every day the whole time.
Yeah. What if that was just my voice though? What if it just became that?
Well, I hope not, but I mean, if it became your voice, then I would come still.
Sorry, you would what?
But if you just do it for the fun of it,
I see.
I said if you know, it's a medical condition or something, then yeah, but
What is because I was smoking and it became my smoker voice?
if I ever met you, I would just make you update.
You do care.
Of course. Maybe. I mean, were you
Maybe.
just singing something, or I mean, I wasn't sure if you were just singing a song or.
No. I'm just saying that you do care. You do.
I do care, of course. Did you
Yeah.
think I didn't?
Yeah. Yeah, I just thought you stopped caring.
Why?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, man. Just rustling you up, man. Rustling your jimmies. Your Jimmy Neutrons.
Are we doing like a serious run?
I mean it's coffee. I don't really feel like it, but we can just try the heat out to see how it is, right?
Okay. If we don't do it serious, we're not bringing the frozen prep station is like super nice.
Yeah, we'll do that for the next
I don't
real.
want to waste it on some. Yeah.
So what are we doing?
Greetings.
Coffee.
We're running it
but
back.
with heat.
Yeah, we're just gonna see how it goes.
Oh wait, good spot, Ty. I didn't see that. That's the only card we got. That is so funny.
Starting appliances are worse.
Is that? Oh man, is that hitting the coffee machine?
Probably.
Yes.
That is bad.
We'll see how
I
it
also
goes.
wanted to look up Neapolitan ice cream and white strawberry.
Give me one sec.
Historically, it was originally pistachio or almond.
Why did they change it?
Colors were of the Italian flag: green, which is
Ah.
pistachio or almond, vanilla, and red. So cherry was the more common one.
Yeah. So it had something to do with flags, but chocolate just doesn't make no sense with the Italian flag.
No. So, but it doesn't say when it changed to like chocolate. When it was introduced to the US, chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry became the standard because they were the most popular flavors at the time of its introduction.
I just don't know if I approve of that.
That's always Americans when they mess something up.
Well, so it also says it used like. It also says it used like real strawberries,
Like
which like
What the?
not as ice cream, but just in the ice.
What in the world? They griefed the
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
they did
Literally
not grieve
worse.
the coffee
The
machine.
coffee there
coffee.
under the tables also.
Huh. All right.
The-
I mean, we're not doing a full run. We're just checking it out.
oh.
The game, yeah, it got a pretty decent update.
Hey, we need that.
That's our main income, man. What are you doing? I think you can see that Korea hates this with the tables.
I mean, this is dreadful, but
It actually does look slower for the coffee machine, but I don't know.
no,
if it is.
the same speed. The coffee machine actually did not even get nerfed. Oh man, they're a lot less patient.
That guy's gonna die to frostbite.
Worth.
Drink faster.
Is it messier or am I crazy?
It's because it's less space, I think. It looks like it is, but I don't think it is.
Unfortunately, the game getting an update broke all of the stuff that we enjoy.
Yeah.
All our mods are broken.
Wait. Okay, now I got it. Let's play. Out of my way, you peasant!
Whoa. That's our customer.
It's no one. Just everyone needs to revisit.
Don't do it. Don't revisit for this. It looks like it's just a basic run. I bet you the counters are just
Yeah.
slower. They're less patient, so that's what we got.
Slower.
I mean, yeah,
Oh,
like
that's
if you were making food, right?
Yeah.
You're chopping or something. Yeah, let's just... Don't even save it, just abandon.
Don't you abandon me.
Don't you want... me- But, honestly, if we succeeded with anything else, we could have continued the heat run, but...
Don't try.
Alright, Xuvi, your turn in the kitchen. What do you want to make? We'll get you a frozen prep station.
Nice. I want to make... breakfast.
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 Damn, that's like a fat and wide one. Goddamn.
Yeah.
That one's just a little pudgy. This one's like just small.
Throw it back to you. By now, hummus and well, extra falafel meal for two. I don't
Wait,
believe
Australia kind of
in-
like they kind of changed it up.
Australia, mate.
Neapolitan cake. A Neapolitan
Not
cake
bring the bread.
is made with the same 3 colors of ice cream swirled in a marble pattern and then topped with pink icing.
Huh.
So instead of ice cream, it's a cake of the 3 colors.
No.
Okay, everyone can visit now.
Yeah,
Yep. Typos. Keyboard dying. Me dying.
Beast.
Vist.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Just hold your hand when you die.
Vist. Du vist mesh.
Are you sure you want?
The original one was caramel, rose liqueur, and coffee.
Okay, so we do this. Oh, no, not that. Not that. Do this.
Ugh. I don't know if I like that.
That doesn't sound terrible. Granted, I like
was
coffee ice cream, so.
There was also cherry, apricot, and green gauge. I don't know what green gauges are.
That's the stuff on the with the ears.
That's what I thought, but I don't think it's right. Okay, sure, Quan.
Please toast, please.
Oh,
We
there
have
you
to cut it.
No, toast.
What the fuck? I don't have a. I need a hub for that shit.
Yeah. We need more toast.
Serve a breakfast to a customer.
Hey.
think it would be kind of convenient if I put toasted things in there.
I mean, yeah, but you made 2 loaves of bread, so.
Yeah,
There,
I
have
wasn't
some silk
not
bread.
sure yet. I was still in the testing phase. I wasn't. I just thought I just need to make the toast and that's it.
This is a great breakfast. Toast, no butter. Makes more than
What's he
coffee
for
by
that?
yeah, just better
Well,
plates.
can I get the hop?
Yeah, because we can do this.
There's also an oven. Should we put the oven in the?
It's well, like the oven and the microwave are so expensive. It's not worth it now. We will.
Then the dining table it is.
Yeah. dining
Or a sink, and we can like dishwasher.
sink.
Uh,
Let's see a
yeah.
decision. I wonder. Do you think I can? No, it will just burn.
Enjoy. That's right. First come, first serve, man. Nice and fresh
Nice
toast.
Frozen. Fresh, quote unquote.
Oh,
Yo, look at the raid, Sadie? Or is it Sadie? Sadie, welcome. I hope you enjoyed PlateUp. We're suffering because we were so used to mods. And this new update, like, removed the majority of the mods. Didn't remove, but they weren't updated. It's rough. You got it right the first time? Hell yeah. Welcome in, welcome in.
Less than yesterday, almost.
Oh, it was your
with all
first
the
time
bookings.
playing? Hell yeah. We love this game. We love it. We're suffering just a
research
little bit.
desk.
Yeah, grab
That's
that.
what we use,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, grab that. Yeah.
Do I put the sink in it?
No, you just
Oh,
press and hold X when we start.
okay.
Okie dokie.
Research time.
Dishwasher.
Dishwash. Nice.
Suffering together, especially. Exactly. It's great.
You know what? I'll do a third. Why not?
We might yell at each other a couple times.
Hey,
We
get your
only have
fucking
2 tables.
get your dough out of here, bro.
Oh fuck! Sorry. I'm sorry.
Unbelievable. We need more tables. For show.
Yeah.
A lot of singles showing up here, man. For their toast.
I mean, would you want to take a date here for toast?
If they're not picky, you know. Maybe not on a first date. That'd be a little embarrassing, I suppose. Yeah, we're trying everything out. We failed miserably with the fajitas. It was pretty embarrassing. We were really bad at it.
Oh.
Yeah, anyone can visit. Hey! Egg topping for breakfast greatly increased customer eating time. Sorry, Xuvi. I hope you're good with the eggs.
If I don't.
Crack eggs, cook, and add to plated toast. Desearing egg.
There's your eggs.
There you go.
Only got the pizza. Damn.
Trash rat.
That do be how it be. Yo, thank you for the follow, Sadie. Sorry, we got a raid and run. No, understandable.
What if I
Yeah, do
upgrade?
your
Do
thing.
we want the
Need to go to bed,
dishwasher, or
ready
do we
to
want
for the office tomorrow.
else?
That'll do it. You have a great day. Have a good night.
Okay, so I don't upgrade.
And
right?
hopefully a fast day at work tomorrow.
You don't up. You take the dishwasher out and what did we buy? We had 60, didn't we?
I don't know what you're talking about.
We had
Oh
67.
god, then I have to put this back, man. Ah. My god, man.
Xuvi, we need more tables.
Oh, that's what we bought. Yeah.
Yeah, I got another table.
Ah, see.
Oh wait, we. No, it doesn't. I know, like sometimes they get mad.
Oh no, bro. Egg, please. Okay, we can't actually, like, pre-deliver. We can't pre. How are you making so many mess? How are you making so many mess here? Why your mess? Oh no, bro. Someone, please, normal toast. No, no. Do.
I'll get rid of this guy. Yeah.
I need another hub.
You say we need a little hob as you burn that?
Well, because the oven is not. The oven burns it very fastly.
I understand. I'm not blaming you.
Hubs next to each other.
A little comedic. Just a little bit funny. A little bit. Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Aiko. I'm a weird trash panda alien thing, I guess. I like playing video games.
This is very stressful in the
Dishwasher.
kitchen.
Full stop.
You can take the sink now, right?
If the boot fits. Table of dining.
You can put that in the thingy.
True. True dat. True dat for real, for real?
If you want to in the morning cook the bread really quick yourself, then that would help me.
Early in the morning. Early in the morning, way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she. Sorry. Terribly sorry about that.
Upgrading table. I think that says fancy table. Yo, egg us, bro. Won't let me eat. Leave alone.
You need to get bread first.
Why is it called spilling the beans?
I don't know. Why is it?
I I don't know. Doesn't make sense. We don't got no beans. Egg, please. Butter dog with the butter. I sure do love bread toast with egg, and not even butter. No butter, no nothing.
It's cooked. You can pick it up. It's cooked. You can pick it up. The egg is cooked, Koyo. Pick it up, please.
Bom, bom. We need another egg.
Hey! We could have said. Why you? What the fuck, man?
More money.
I didn't mean to do that.
More money. More money, more problems. Prowl con painting. Wait, we didn't already have one, right?
We
Yeah.
did not, because this is the first day we can get one. Right?
I just didn't know if you already bought one.
Yeah.
No, I go for the wallpaper.
No statues.
No. Reroll?
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, the unlucky. We were
What?
once more.
What is in
We
this
shall save.
before we do?
Oh wait, what do you have in there?
Nah, whatever.
Statue.
I work for that. What the heck?
Bro,
the
what is this luck right now? Do we just do one more?
Bad luck.
Well,
I
you
guess.
can't buy anything after.
What?
How the fuck? I have never seen that.
Is this? Did we pick a different one? No, it's exclusive. What is it?
Exclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More money, more
I'll put a
problems.
flower in it, just so we have something eventually.
I guess it's kind of odd that it. All right. What y'all want? What y'all want, huh?
Quick, save the egg. I got it. You're gonna buy an egg, Shrek One. Good boy.
Can't wait for it's gonna be wrong. Hey! Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. Oh, she balls.
Normal toast me.
Just normal toast.
Yeah.
I got it. All right, you can't egg first.
Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Hey, 2 stars.
Clap. So much money, even without the booking disc.
Pumpkin
Holy shit, I
pies?
can't make pumpkin pies, bro.
It was just more customers, not a big deal.
Heck no.
No buffo. There's another hob if you want.
I'm always
Just-
struggling with
we
two.
have-
I mean, if you want to do some hop work yourself, you can get it, but I don't have enough.
Because we don't have any
Bring-
times two. I feel like we
It
need to
wouldn't give
use
us any buff if we did the 2 right now. We might just leave it for now and
Doesn't it give us 1 out of 1 and then it's like 3
it's
out of...
yeah, but there's no buff. You need to have 3. Because it's 3 out of 3, then 3 out of right?
Yeah, I mean, we could have it for next time. Then if we had 230 or something, we could get all 3 at once. Like, it's not useful for right now, but not like there's anything else we...
I think we should just move these counters from below to over here or something. I can't reach them.
Double egg.
Come on, man! Just an egg on their plate. Ooh. Normal toast.
Oh, I didn't mean... Fuck. It's lunch rush time.
Incoming! Oh god. More egg, more egg. Deliver it. More egg. 4 egg. Oh god.
I need them up.
Egg, please. Egg, please. We need 3 eggs. That's it, and then 1 toast. Job's done.
No.
Man, he doesn't even have time to like prep the
Yeah,
the toast.
they eat too fast.
We definitely need another dining table. Let's just move this one here.
sense.
You weren't using those counters, right, Xuvi?
No.
Okay.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
Okay. Maybe another dishwasher, honestly. Is there a reason for a workstation?
Not really. Like, cracking is very fast, and I don't need to net. I don't need it all. The question is if I could Kung Fu shop the bread.
Well, no, because... Well, maybe, I don't know. The slices.
Yeah. Yeah, it would help, because I mean, if that would work, we could have a Kung Fu station outside for you guys.
Yeah, that would be pretty nice.
And then you can beat your own egg, literally.
Wash basin. One egg, please.
Yeah, man, this is I'm never doing this again.
I'll just try to call out the orders as best as I can.
I know. Just desperate as fuck.
I think just prio the toast to fill up the thing, and then, yeah, if there's an egg, I'll tell
I
you.
never can put it up.
Egg,
man.
please? Oh, no, egg.
Oh, I could. Thanks.
I'm gonna clear this out. Just regular toast.
These guys eat bread like it's butter.
Oh my god, I almost... I missed the dash, man. Oh. Egg, please.
Yeah, I give you a moment.
If you need to stall it out, this is the last customer anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, let's start the last customer out of it. I mean, I already got the bread now.
We
can do it
need,
now.
I think, more frozen prep stations. One more, so we can have 8 bread toast just at the ready.
Yeah.
If we have time for that. Nice. Jumbo
Breakfast is
earnings.
Good earner, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Considering it's plain toast.
2 more days. We made 100. We can spend like 100
There's a rolling
if you
pin.
want to buy anything.
What's this?
Don't need it. 4 plates at once.
It's not bad, but I think it's just better to get a dishwasher.
Dining table?
Yeah.
I need to at least. Actually.
Okay, grab them. That's fine. We don't need... I think 4 tables would be fine.
We still have no money.
Okay.
We need 240 for tomorrow. Oh no, for 2 days. Actually, we could even use more. Tomorrow is not even the day for it. Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Are you good?
Yep.
Good. Okay, good.
A second dishwasher. Egg. Another egg.
The third egg or the second egg?
No, you're good right now. Now another egg. Two egg. I'll just do the plain toast. Three egg. Four egg.
Holy shit, man.
Oh,
These get-
no, dude, I was right there. I'll do normal toast. Come on, come on, come on, come on. We also need to clear a table like now. Like now. GG.
Holy shit. GG. I can do one more.
Okay. Yeah, that one was
Yeah.
a little crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy indeed, man. Guess if we rotate, it would be Ty's turn again.
Yep. Ty, whatever you want to cook. You want to do Sundays?
I mean, that's not
How's
really
this?
cooking.
Oh, it's fajitas. Yeah, true. But he's on kitchen duty now, so
Oh, I am.
yep.
Yes.
Oh my god, a mixer.
One of these.
Dumplings. Phew.
I'll do turkey. Why not?
Okay. That we do need the trash can prep for that.
What's trash can prep?
It's just the turkey has like parts that you have to throw out.
Yeah, the carcass.
Yeah.
So cook turkey into slice into 4 portion.
Let's get it! Alright, that's a revisit.
Yeah.
Everybody visit. Everybody revisit.
Damn, this takes a while.
Yeah.
Do be a turkey.
Turkey Slurpee.
Blech.
Oh, I didn't even have to do that. Oh god, what a mess.
What a mess indeed.
Probably don't need to make another turkey.
Oh.
I think we did this once before. I don't.
Yeah, we did it with
Yeah.
those.
The turkey's nice.
Research desk. The buffet. Do I need a hob?
It could be handy.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
All
I
good.
got too excited.
You're just gonna have to hold off for now because we're gonna do the dishwasher first.
Oh, sorry, I got too excited.
Really like dishwashers, huh?
I would like researching.
Knowledge.
I read a book every day.
I play Pokemon Go every day.
Don't need to bring it out instantly. What the fuck, bro? You don't need to bring it out instantly, Koyo.
I know, I just don't like seeing
Can
it.
take like 3.
It just like upsets me, you know?
Yeah, but it's a waste of time, actually. If you do it constantly. We need more plates, man.
Yeah. I can't believe we didn't get like a plate buff.
Buff. Should I have the buff?
Yo, we're the customers, man.
I'm calling my friends. Yo, Shakan, can you come over? I don't know if Shakan was already here, to be honest, but...
Hey, it's me.
Hey, look, there's my friends. These are all my friendos.
This must be a dry. I mean, I guess it's not worse than the breakfast, but
Hey, can someone take this?
I think the bread might be better than Dryer's turkey.
yeah, solo turkey might be a little.
Like, I don't mind eating like a plain toasted toast, but this turkey looks like you have probably swallowing it.
There's a hob tie.
Well, I don't
Oh.
know. Like,
Yeah,
wouldn't
get a
know what I
hobby,
need,
man.
though.
I don't think he needs to the hop right now, not going to lie.
Huh?
Oh my god.
It's fine. By the time it's done, the other won't be like gone.
What's in here?
That's the dishwasher. We get it next.
Wait,
What?
way into the sink, man. You
I'm
put
sorry.
your
Yeah, that
turkey
was
into
just
the
like an
sink.
actual misclick.
It's funny, though.
Just clean. Got to clean the turkey a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I should put it on.
What? Damn, Lexi made no mess. Crazy.
Oh man. Oh.
Damn, Shakan also, no mess.
Damn, look at these guys.
Oh, look, the wolves are together. Ah.
Hey, they are. Look at that. They didn't even have to revisit. The hell?
The hell?
What the hell?
What the huh?
What the hell? Turkey. I knew it would be turkey stuff, and you have to knead flour and cook to make bread. Oh. I'm not gonna torture Ty
Oh
with
my
none
god,
of
that's
that.
so much work.
That's way too much.
That's so much work.
Do dishwasher
I
for sure.
looked at
Wishy,
it,
wishy.
like, I know for a fact I can't understand that. There's a sink if
Wishy,
someone wants
wishy.
to upgrade it.
Yeah, we should get another dining table next.
Yeah, honestly. I'll
It's not
upgrade it just to see what
researched.
happens. You don't wanna?
Oh, okay. Well, if it couldn't get to a table, it's expensive, you know.
Yeah, fair. X! That was loud as hell, man.
What was that? Wait, did you share?
Huh?
Was that your share?
No, that was someone redeemed dicks.
Oh my god. I wasn't sure if it was your share or if you farted.
Dude, I don't fart on stream.
I'm lagging really, really hard.
Yeah. You got this, though. Good thing we don't have to look at recipes.
Lagging so hard, bro. Holy moly. Legarino.
This guy got all the turkey, oh my god.
That's enough turkeys, man.
I just want to be sure.
That's a lot of turkey.
I may call that some people.
Toiki. Oh, man.
Turkey. GG's.
Jeej.
GG, here is your food, sir.
Get out of here! Scram!
Yeah. Out of here, here.
Here.
Okay. No, here as and here's a sink that we could have watched the thing in. Even though it didn't do anything for us.
Yeah, I don't even think about it because we don't make money. What's the point?
OCD.
Actually, right. It's good. What? Xuvi?
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
Perfect.
And everyone else is just gonna wait.
Yeah. Alright, again. Ooh.
Check that out. Huge layout.
Huge. Nice. I'm gonna call some friends in the morning. Hello. Hello.
Hello, salute.
Hello. Hello.
Sure is a good thing we don't need to know any of the recipes.
So you mean orders?
That too, yeah.
I was like thinking, what does this guy mean? We don't need to know the recipes. They're easy, but
I mean, do you
orders,
really need to
my
know the
God.
recipe how to cook turkey?
No, that's. I mean, it made sense, but that's not what you meant.
Kind of.
Take the trash full.
Yeah, I will work on it. Oh, I was okay. Okay, can you ring phone?
Bum 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 brum, bum bum.
Thank you. Wham, ba-lam. Oh, you're together.
Hello? We called twice. Where's the people?
There was just one people left, but we got money
Oh
twice.
mein god. Oh mein god, man. Exclusive. Money. Money.
No statues.
Statue.
No. Statue. Yeah, and calm painting, I would say.
Yeah, true.
On the people, party people. Let's put it here so we can always see it and don't get confused. Meow, 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 meow. Meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Shameful mess making here. Shameful.
Shame on you. Funny.
Job's done.
Job's done. Clap, 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 clap.
Damn good day. Onion wings.
Good day.
I don't mind the closing
Onion
time.
rings. Closing time.
Closing
Ba, ba, ba,
time.
ba, 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 ba.
Statue.
Whee. Do we
Bro, I
want
need the
any of
trainers.
this? What?
Yes, second.
I need the trainers, bro.
Trainer? No, these are not rallies, though, right? They would make the mess worse, not better.
But I gotta go fast because I'm going from here to here.
Yeah, but what if you spread the mess? I know you want to.
No, he's literally trolling, Xuvi. He's literally trolling. Don't listen to a word he's saying.
He said he wanted the trainers, so he gets the trainers.
He's the chef. He doesn't get anything.
Oh, but...
I thought we agreed on this a long time ago.
All night long.
Hand-served turkey. God damn it. I'm like predicting where you're gonna go so that I go to the other place. But you're predicting where I'm gonna go.
Unpredictable prediction. And you try to do that too, so we both fail. I assume Molly wants turkey.
Good guess.
Big man. I'm trying my best. All night long. Oh, go, I need to help me, please.
Hello, I'm under the water. Please help me.
Overflow.
Who's in the flow? Flow rider.
Money! It's a crime.
What did we get? Wash basin. What do you think about another dining table?
Yeah. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, man. It's taking actually wait, what? How do I this way?
Yo, it's the flying V.
Job's done.
Man.
Yes, keep the mess on that side. Perfect. Yeah, you delivered to yourself, I delivered to me.
Nice. Good teamwork, man.
Uh-oh, hello?
Hello?
Everyone stopped moving and I'm like, am I DCing?
No, I was waiting for the dishwasher to be ready.
Sorry, my inner Murloc just came out there.
In a turkey. Hey.
Hey.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Hey, we don't talk like that.
I'm not talking like that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, smoky.
Turkey
If
slurpee.
we... Okay, yeah, we can... I would say we can spend 100.
Dishwasher. Alright, minus that,
Dishwash.
and then table.
Actually, no, wait. I need this here for the dish.
Check it. Hydrate. Drinks more coffee.
That's not hydrating.
I mean, it sort of is. It's still water at the end of the day. Actually, it is because it's so water.
Actually, I don't think they make that. I mean, is seawater hydrating?
Yeah, I mean, it's still water, you know, to a degree.
I watched some like survival show like in passing because like I think my dad was watching it. It was a bunch of like newbies and
Hey,
they're like,
wait.
we found water.
No.
Does this taste salty? No, it tastes fine. And then like the people that actually drank it like ended up like getting like severely dehydrated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn, you guys are fucking idiots. I'll do another turkey. I can't do the trash. Oh.
I think we need another turkey fly.
Yep.
Oh my god. Bruh.
Oh. Oh.
We're out of plates. Oh, perfect. Calculated.
Calculated perfectly, as all things should be.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh no 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 no. No 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 no. I mean, turkey stuffing is just a whole new thing to do. Whole new thing to do, man.
We
If we
need
had a
200
fourth
for this
person-
next day. Yeah. Oh, we could do
Yeah.
the stuffing, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
We need 200, maybe even more than 200 for tomorrow, because we might need to reroll. So should we sit on this money or reroll once?
Let's do one reroll because we have 300. Another bin? Question mark. Upgrade it.
I'd upgrade the
Upgrade.
bin.
Oh, I forgot the napkins are insanely expensive now.
Yeah.
We could still do it.
We could still do that. Just do it because we'll have we'll have the 240
We have
left over.
19 groups, so
Well,
like,
240
will it make a
left over.
difference?
So surely it'll be a 50 reroll, right? Well, I'm just assuming 50 if we had to do two.
No, it was, is it even worth it to get them? But it was not
fair.
about the money. We have enough money. It was about,
I mean, it's worth getting it because if you place them early, you won't have a mess until later
Yeah.
on. It's, it's great. Shake yo.
Swear to shake it up. Swear to shake it up.
Turkey Slurpee.
Turkey Slurpee.
Huh?
Turkey Slurpee.
Turkey. Hey.
Come on, man. Clean prio.
Wood prior.
We must construct additional pylons.
Must construct additional dishwashers.
Yeah, actually, at this point, yeah.
I'll get another plate stand, I don't know. It's hard to get by these people if we don't have the sprint.
Yeah, no more dash. Has just
I hope
crippled
they
us.
fix it at one point in the future, because
They fixed it in
Well,
September, which was
Today is-
wait, what?
today
you
was
need to
when
make more turkey. I think.
the fajitas came out.
They came out 3 days ago or something.
Well, it said the 4th. So
Or-
like, I'd say just give them time.
Yeah. I mean, it won't be instant, and
Yeah, no, the question is always, if they stop playing video games or modding completely,
yeah.
because that does happen. when that had been updated in quite some time. Oh. Oh, was man? I would have preferred no messes, but that was not an option.
Yeah, that would have been nice. Truly. Statue! Wahoo, yippee, yaboo,
Maybe get the second one without having to reroll.
Checking.
Be safe.
Checking. Calculating. Calculating route. Yes! We did!
Yes, heck yes. Okay.
Nice.
We could plant around a bit. Like. Bam. And then. Bam. And then. Can have this. A double bin. I would be willing to reroll once in the hopes for one more flower pot.
Yeah, do it.
And then for the last double table.
Ooh.
And the.
One more.
One, we could put it into the.
Ooh. Oh, wait. Nope.
Yep.
Damn.
Man.
Unlucky today with these rolls, man. Unlucky.
Unlucky indeed, man.
Hey, man. So
Hey,
unlucky, man.
I'm manning, man. Hey, nice princess. What are you doing, my friend? That's funny, man.
Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. Hee 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 hee. Hoo 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 hoo. The final napkin.
The final napkin is the
Ba-da-doo-doo. Ba-da-doo-doo-doo. Ba-da-doo-doo.
There's 12 servings right there.
I think we will need more.
We will.
Sorry.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Mango, what's good?
These dishwashers.
What is good? What's poppin'? How do it be going? Ah, she-ball.
Trash bin. Oh,
I have failed.
Trash bin.
I have failed.
Okay, can you bring the breast,
someone
please?
someone gonna.
Can I what, sorry?
Bring the
You
breast.
finished it.
Oh.
We nearly just failed.
I want to use dessert.
Ice! Hee Be going good? Hell yeah. Love to hear it.
Oh.
Wait, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell, man?
I would like a mop.
This guy's teleporting. Cup noodles, so real. I could go for some cup noodles right about now, not gonna lie.
When we hit day 15, I'm going.
This game makes me very hungry, which is...
Like I
makes
always do.
sense. Yeah, just leave like you always do, Xuvi. Like you always do, man.
You want a dish rack?
Yeah. No. No.
No,
No.
that's too dishwash.
No.
Let's reroll.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No. Dude! Blueprint desk, what the hell? Just do it again. Just reroll it again.
Give me a mop, please. That was a whole trash, my god.
Dude, we've been... this...
Yo, freezer?
Yo, for a full turkey?
Yeah.
Now we're talking?
Yeah.
Hey!
In progress. How nice.
Thanks for the lurk, though. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Good to see you.
I'm walking, yeah. Man, I'm tired.
Sounds like you need some Vietnamese coffee, man.
No.
I think the Tim Tams
Okay.
came in today.
I think I need sleep.
Dude,
Tim
sleep.
Right there.
We'll sleep when
Yeah,
we're
the
dead.
Australian cookie.
Oh, I actually heard of them before. They're like with peanut butter as well, or am I on the
I
right?
don't.
Peanut butter
I think there's
jelly, peanut butter
there's a
jelly.
version with them with peanut butter, yeah. But
Come on, man. Jesus. Gimme, 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 gimme. Sheer Quan, more like poop Quan.
What?
damn, got him.
Yeah, I got him, dude.
That's your problem with that one, man.
The problem is that he plays Guild Wars 2. That's like a red
I
flag.
don't think he's played that in forever.
No, I think he got like whatever BIS was, and then they never added a new BIS, so he just stopped playing.
No, that's Euland.
Not with
For
Guild
some
Wars.
reason he wants. Yeah, for some reason he wants vertical progression, so he hates Guild Wars.
But,
So
I mean-
what does vertical progression mean?
It means he wants to see number go higher instead of executing better.
Here's the thing with MMORPGs. If you just have a BIS of all time, what's the point?
But there is long-term goals, like a legendary. The legendary allows you to like change like specs on the fly while you're out of combat instead of having to like have it in your inventory. You can just be like, oh, changing this legendary to condition damage instead of power.
I stopped when I was trying to get a flying mount. It takes forever, man. I wasn't dedicated enough.
Exactly. There's long-term things to do, but he just wants to see number go higher.
It's the WoW, like, it's just how it is. I get it, because when I think of, like, what would I do once I have the BIS in an MMO, my brain really is pretty much like, well, that's it. What else would I want to do? It's not even for like,
Stuff.
I mean, I guess it depends. I don't know.
I'm just not MMO brained enough for the grind. I think
I-
that's my problem is
It's nice
MMOs.
It's nice to be able to take a break and then come back and be
Yeah.
like, I have stuff to do instead of I have to grind number now.
It's the... It's like Voices of the Void to me, where... Essentially, if I don't get everything done before the end of the story... No, please, onion rings.
but it's just the turkey though.
Oh yeah, you're
It's
right.
just turkey, and it'll tell me when it's ready.
Like, Voice of the Void, once I'm done with the story, I'm done. MMOs, it's kind of a little different, I guess, yeah, because I'll get, like, the BIS that I can. But I feel like I'm done. Like, I might do some mount farming, I guess. I'm saying that, but I feel like I'm wrong. I just can't think of a different scenario in my head in the moment.
Yeah.
But like, whenever a new expansion comes out for Guild Wars, is there a new BIS, or is it just there will always be the BIS?
Yes. What it means is there's exotic gear, which is, let's say that's your quote unquote BIS. Ascended is technically higher than that by about 5% damage. So you want Ascended, and that's a long-term goal because there's daily requirements to it.
Wait.
There's legendaries.
I'm trying to round my head. So Ascended is the best.
So it goes exotic, Ascended, legendary. But
Okay.
legendary is the same tier as Ascended spec-wise. Like, you're not going to get extra damage for having a legendary. The reason why legendary is sought after is because, like I said, you can just change it in combat out of combat on the fly.
Okay. So
instead of having armor pieces in your inventory, you can just be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna swap this and I'm done." Also,
but is that
it's
like
account-wide.
per expansion there's a new one, or like there's just
like a shit ton to work towards? Yes.
Oh, okay.
Some are
Oh.
easier, some are harder to get.
I thought the implication was that like the Ascended gear or the legendary was already released. If you get it, that is the BIS, and you do not need to like farm for new
Well, so
gear.
it's account wide. So like if I work towards a legendary, and though that takes months to like years for most people, that's now account wide. So if I crafted a dagger, any class that uses a dagger, I can now pull that when I hit level 80, and that's one less thing to have to worry about.
Oh, okay.
So
I
the
thought
progression isn't number go higher. It's how to make my life easier in game.
well, that's fine then. I thought it was just like you get the BIS and you're done for good.
Essentially, yes, but that's such a long-term goal that like most people don't even have it.
Yeah.
Because there's
wait,
also
wait.
infusion.
So, but there's new BISs every expansion, yeah?
Not necessarily. There's new.
Oh, I
there's
see.
new like. How do I word this? There's new like combinations of stats, and some of those are BIS. Like there's one that came out that was essentially like pure support levels of good, because it made you the stuff it was your healing, it was power, healing, and like concentration, which is like your boon duration that you like give to people. And if that reaches 100%, that's essentially your boon duration is doubled. And so people really wanted that because that gave them power, but also healing, so that you could be a glass cannon healer and pump out a shit ton of damage while doing it.
So there is a BIS. Typically, there is no new BIS with an expansion, but
There's no like number go higher, this is what you want to reach.
yeah, okay.
It's how can I make my build better through rotation.
But if you already had legendaries from earlier expansions and you had those new stats as well, okay, I got you.
Yeah, so like
Understood.
that's the point of a legendary, is like, oh, I can make my life easier by future proofing myself. But like I said, that also takes months to a year at times.
Yeah, the grind.
Most of them are.
Yeah.
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 The grind is elsewhere, not number go higher.
So in the scenario that you have the legendaries,
Like you have a full set of legendaries.
yeah, what would you do in Guild Wars 2? Let's say the DLC or the expansion just released, you already finished the story, and you have a full set of legendaries.
If there's a new raid wing,
doing that because there's now like challenge modes to it.
Okay.
There are the ones that a lot of people don't forget about BIS is there's what's known as infusions.
Mm-hmm.
And infusions, the base version is just agony resist to do these. They're called fractals. They're essentially mini dungeons. And the higher you go, the more agony resist you need. Well,
Okay.
those also eventually have those have power attached to them. Those have like, and they're so expensive to buy that like it takes months at a time. Again,
It's kind of like it's comparable to RuneScape because RuneScape has like the best set. It always has had a best set. Yeah. So I kind of understand.
yeah.
It's just,
all like the grind is quality of life to make your life easier if you make a new character and such like that. Instead of working strictly towards this one character is going to be as powerful as possible, which you're still working towards because those agony infusions are insanely difficult to farm. I think it takes a minimum of like, it's changed with the Wizard's Vault, but I think it took like a minimum of like 3-something years. Unless you bought it all.
No, I like that.
I gave up with the mount, which doesn't take as long as like the flying mod, I mean.
The flying mount is 14 days, and that's provided you have the money for it.
Yeah.
At least the sky
I think I
scale.
didn't have enough money.
The Griffin is 250 gold, which can fuck a lot of people.
I actually thought I think I had 250 gold. I was getting, I forgot how the area is called. With the floating rock area. I don't know.
Oh, Secrets of the Obscure has a shit ton of floating rock stuff. It's essentially like a bunch of shattered, like, alternate realities converging.
Yeah. That was the last thing I did, and then I was like, it's getting tired of it. It was a fun game. I enjoyed the story. I enjoyed my class. I just
Like now, they're not putting the game on maintenance mode, but they're essentially saying, "Hey, we're not doing a new expansion this year. We're gonna do our patches for this like next 18 months until Guild Wars 3 comes out. Is how can we make the game better for people to play as it is now?" So they're updating the base game. They're updating the base game to add, because the final boss of the base game is kind of a little bitch. So they're gonna update him to be an actual like boss fight.
I'm just so used to like Final Fantasy and WoW, where every few patches there's a new, better set, whether it's crafted
think of
or
the
whatever.
legendaries as like relic weapons, where it's a long-term grind,
Oh.
but you now know that you have this. But the difference is it carries over between expansions. There's also World v World and PvP, which that's always an evergreen kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Oh, I'm gonna need.
I mean, one more turkey.
Yeah. Someone go take that trash out.
Alright, follow me behind the building. Mr. Koyo, come on.
Yep, let's go.
Alright, I'm paying. You did. Oh no, you have to shoot me.
Oh, you killed me.
Oh. No, I didn't want to. I decided you kill me instead. I want to kill you.
Guild Wars 2 drove me into playing Guild Wars 3 with him when it comes out. Yeah, I'm excited for Guild Wars 3. It's like I've tried Guild Wars 2, but
We're supposed to announce what the 4th race is.
I actually want to see how much Guild Wars 2 I played.
Do you have Guild Wars 2 efficiency?
What?
There's a website called Guild Wars 2 efficiency. It's just GW2 efficiency. And it uses the API and it tracks fucking everything. Like total time played on each character, the wallet amount that each character has, their liquid gold value. It also helps with crafting and stuff.
I certainly did not play a
never
lot
used it.
of Guild Wars 2.
I played 60 hours when I got it again, but I know I played it like not on Steam when it came out with my brother.
Yeah, I was about to
And I
say.
played again last year, 60 hours.
Oh, wait, I do have it. 2023 last played. Wait, no, I don't have any playtime on it. I lied. Yep,
Oh,
because I never played.
Wait, it already has been 3 years. Damn, 2023, me too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
More time flies.
Like, it was fun. It's just, I don't know. I prefer WoW and
I
Final
was
Fantasy.
kind of late to get into it again. I felt like when I played it, especially now that another one is coming out. For me personally, when Guild Wars 3 comes out, I want to give it a try.
All other MMOs, the only reason I prefer WoW in that sense is because you can just start whatever expansion. You don't have to like finish the previous, I don't think, right?
Same with Guild Wars 2.
Oh.
They have the story journal. Basically, the only thing that like you have to do is as you're leveling, you kind of have to do the base game, but all the expansions you can just be like pick and choose.
Gotcha. That's kind of neat, because Final Fantasy, bro. I mean, they said they're working on it.
I was talking with Fausto and Kyra about it. I was like, the solve for people getting upset about this is just do the story journal that Guild Wars has.
Yeah, they said they're working on something to make it more tolerable to like progress or skip at least the beginning portion of the story. But I think the idea is going to be that like they'll do it for people who have already beaten the story, which I'm kind of okay with that. But
That makes sense.
yeah,
I feel like Final Fantasy 14 has like a story that you have to do, like for the first time at least, you know, in order.
I think that the problem is if you make a new character like on a different server, you would have to do the whole story again. So I feel like there should be an acceptable method to like, I don't know, maybe it's account wide. Like,
no, it's I would say account wide first.
Yeah.
That's the solution. So that's what you meant.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, finally the last day. Then I can sleep.
Just got that MMO brain rot. You know, there's PvP and stuff, so there's always something to do if you get, like, the BIS. Final Fantasy PvP is bad, but...
Also, Guild Wars is also the only one to do it, so when you do PvP, you are on an even playing field. There is no, I have higher eye level, I win.
Not in Final Fantasy, there's no, like...
Yeah.
You get scaled down.
Final Fantasy also did it as well, but for a time it was...
I just think of Destiny, man. Like, Trials.
Yeah. WoW was also that way, and that's where they got it from, and it's like, you guys are insane. Because if they actually change that, more people will play WoW PvP, but the WoW nerds are just like, but my pub stomping, that's like, oh, you're on an even playing field and you're not as good as you thought. Get ego checked, like.
I would do WoW PvP if that were the case.
Like that actually happened with friends. Was I had full PvE bis, but with PvP it sets your eye level to a certain rank. So if I dueled them, they would have before it started, they'd have less HP and less damage. When the duel starts, they have more. But the thing is, I would do so much damage in the PvE that they didn't know what to do. They'd still win just because they had that extra health.
Yeah.
So if it was an even playing field, they'd just get demolished.
Feet.
But because I didn't have any of it, it's
Oh,
just
what a
like,
name.
Man.
Wasn't good.
Nah.
Clip? Come on, I was talking about, like, waking up with souls in my face just yesterday. You missed the real clippable moments. Hey, job's done. When you complete this run, you will be able to...
You want to die real quick so we get the hot thingy?
For
Yeah.
turkeys, yeah.
Feet.
Wrong button.
Ready.
Hey, look, a statue.
Whoa.
Wow.
I think they should, like, add more tiers to this. So there's, like, a
Yeah.
fourth tier.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
Right, aren't you guys gonna just order the...
Yeah, I want. Oh my god.
Man, look at this
Can you go
line. We're so
outside? I want to see
popular.
the line.
Yo! They were still
Don't
showing
they
up,
want
too.
to fit here?
God damn.
Scrap.
Survived long enough to create a franchise.
Oh, we've done it before, but whatever.
Yeah, franchise is not. This is way more interesting with the heat and cold cards.
Yeah. Goodbye, Xuvi.
Goodbye. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, GG's, man. Good night, man.
GG.
man. You.
Peace.
Peace.
I didn't realize we went for as long as we did, to be honest. This guy stayed up. Just for us.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm gonna go get dinner, and then if you want, we can run Mistfall after. Perhaps.
Okay.
Mayhaps, perhaps.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, a little break time.
I can do like some coursework or something.
Yeah, I should probably do that
for a
too.
little bit.
Finish up my lab. Well, GG's then, man. Thanks for playing.
Good stopping point.
Yeah. I'll see you in a bit.
See y'all.
All right, chat realm. Realm of the chat. World of the chat. People of the chat. It's Thursday, my dudes. So... tomorrow...
Dick.
Exactly. Precisely. Tomorrow, what we're gonna do is we're gonna probably continue the long drive. See if we can get any further in that video game. Try to finish it up, right? And then it's the weekend. Crazy. We're already at the weekend again. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. Yeah, Thursday nobody streams, man. I just don't understand. Why Thursdays? What's so special about Thursdays? I don't get it. I guess the best options for no stream days are either Tuesdays or Thursdays, because Tuesdays, you have all the rest of the week. Thursdays, you have at least Friday. If you do Friday, no stream on Friday, then the gap is like, you know, you got 3 days of no streams. Monday, 3 days of no streams if you don't stream the weekend. Wednesday's pretty good too. All right. I see Blissy. Go say what's good to Blissy. Guys, thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your days. GG's. I'll be back tomorrow. Be sure to follow my socials. Join the Discord if you've not done so already. I would greatly appreciate that. I'm gonna go do my assignments and then die in real life. Yep. All right, I'm out. Peace.